Hello. Good morning, Paris. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous. It is my absolute pleasure to be your host today. My name is Sami. I'm one of the general managers at Deel, and I've been lucky enough to be on stage at 4 or 5 of the pitch events prior. And today is a very special day, though I have no notes, so I'm going to improvise. Okay, note that in. Today's the grand finale of the Deel pitch. It started a couple weeks ago in Paris, then we went to Berlin, London, New York, Tel Aviv, Singapore, Dubai, and this is where it all finished. So big round of applause to all of the founders and all of the judges who have participated today. I see a room full of change makers here. Founders creating, operators building, investors enabling. And today we have a really packed agenda, so we'll get started. Earlier this year, we started the pitch, and we had a very large number of applicants who participated in one of our 7 regional finals and competed for a $50,000 investment into their startup. The stakes today are much higher. 1 stage, 1 day, 85 regional finalists, and up to 10 million investments of $1 million each. So shortly, I will welcome a very special person on stage. His name is Philippe. He's a serial founder and entrepreneur, the chief strategy officer and executive chairman of Deel, and the mastermind behind this whole event. I've had the pleasure to work with Philippe for around 2 years, and I'm going to share something with you guys now that I actually haven't told him. So if in 20, 30 minutes I'm no longer your MC, it's probably because it didn't land very well. When Philippe first told me about his idea around the pitch, this was only a couple months ago, he told me, Sami, we're going to have, I'm not going to do the French accent, we're going to have 20,000 startups apply. And I'm like, yeah, of course, Philippe. But immediately after that conversation, I logged into Crunchbase Pro to basically try to size the TAM of the total number of startups at the right stage that could pitch and how much of the market we need to capture. And boy, it was a big target. So I will say I was a little bit nervous. And what I can say, without trying to, rain on the numbers that Philippe is going to share, is we didn't just hit that number, but we absolutely crushed it. And I needn't worry because Philippe, Deel, and the whole leadership have been crushing every single target at Deel, quarter after quarter, year after year. And it's because of that, crushing targets consistently that we're all here today. What's most impressive about Philippe is he sets these seemingly unrealistic targets, and he says it with such calmness, composure, and humility, and he over-delivers every single time. So rather than me speaking about him, please, huge warm of applause for Philippe.
This light again, huh? Thank you so much for joining us today. Very special day, as Sami said, right? Like the grand finale of the first pitch. That's right, we built it in 2.5 months. But with the support of all of you guys, our sponsors, our judges, and all the dealers, and all the people that love Deel around, and I can't take that on me, right? This is Deel success. And Deel success is because we love entrepreneurs, we love startups. And we've been startup ourselves not so long ago. We went to pitch, my partners went to pitch, at YC, and this is how everything started. It was very important for us to give back. And so we thought about it and we say, you know what, let's do it. It's gonna be not so difficult, it's gonna work. So some partners, they were a bit, not quiet for us, saying, oh, wow, but what about we mess up? What about, there is nothing like this, right? Consistency, Mr. Startups. This is the story. Consistently crush the numbers. Doesn't mean you need to choose small numbers, huh? You need to put the bar high. Someone told me that his dad told him, if you want to go very high, huh, target a bit upper. Target gigantic. And then you can do it, because if you target medium, you will never reach the sky, right? So sky is the limit for startups. I think that we have fantastic candidates today. 84 winners, already Deel brothers. Received this check of 50K to help them, and the support of all the people at Deel. And we're so happy to give back, help these companies to grow fast, to find the right people. If we can, help them to tune a bit. We all know how small moves can impact a business. So we're very happy, to help them back. And today is going to be tough. 84 fantastic startups. Only a few of them, maybe 1, maybe 10, maybe 4, I don't know yet. We'll see that with the judge. We'll win, and we'll have the honor and the pleasure to work with our friends and partner VCs, some of them here among the judges, and we thank them. Anish from X60Z here, waiting to see you guys. Is there the next target? He will do a, multi-billion company. Igor from Altair also here. He already have his eyes on a few, and some more. I'm not going to speak about all of them, but also fantastic founders. Rajat, here with us, Jump Cloud, already more than $100 million revenue. And Josh, that is raising at $110 million this week. So that's a good example. And great public that will support you. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm not going to take a lot of time today. Maybe tonight when we will give back, and say who are the winners, because we need to run, packed agenda. So I will give back the micro to Sami. Sami forgot to say. Sami exited his startup, $120 million, like 2 years ago. Sami?
Mike, there we go. We have a few admin staff and a few thanks. First, I'll get the admin out of the way. There's no planned fire alarms or anything like that. If you need to leave, just doors over there, doors at the back, doors behind the stage. Next, sponsors. I'd really like to thank the sponsors, both of those that are at the back of the room and then also the ones that aren't. It means a lot to us. I would love to go through the whole list of them, but I can't. I will do a special thanks to JP Morgan, who really, from the first day, was all in. They were saying, what can we do more? What can we do more in order to enable this? And honestly, if it wasn't because of the help of the sponsors, we wouldn't be here. And for the founders in the room, the sponsors are not only the ones that enable the event, but whether you won or not, whether you've even pitched or not, they are all offering fantastic perks and benefits to everyone who's part of the program. So please do go and speak to them, whether they're at the back of the room, and if not, if you reach out to anyone in the team, they can put you in touch with any of them, and you'll all get the details about that. Next, I know Philippe already thanked the judges, but I would like to thank the judges again. Can we get a round of applause for the judges? Many of them, or most of them, have already judged at one of the regional events, and they've traveled from very far to be here. And we do appreciate you guys. There's a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. They will be judging based on some criteria, and after the winners get announced, I know a lot of you reach out to them, say, hey, can we get some feedback? There's 85 of you. Do ask for the feedback, but let them eat their lunch as well. But I'm sure a lot of them are interested in finding out a little bit more about the company. now we're going to get started. Unlike at the regional finals, we have 2.5 minutes per pitch, so you get an extra 30 seconds. We've taken that in on the back of the feedback. And as a former founder myself, I will say the same thing that I've said to everyone who's asked me at the 4 events I've been is, winning is great, but you're here to get visibility, to get the experience, and to really refine the narrative of your business. Because in a world where AI builds most of the technology going forward, it is the businesses that win the hearts and minds of their customers that will really make a difference. So take the time. I sense a lot of nerves around the startups. I know the vast majority of them are in the basement practicing their pitches over and over again to get it pitch perfect. I was rejected by YC twice, rather unceremoniously the first time, and I still turned out okay. Okay, so just keep going, guys. Good luck, and we'll get started with the first category. AI dev tools and infrastructure. This category is really close to me, and whenever I've been sitting in the judging line, I've always liked these companies. Aside from being the GM of Deel IT, I ran IT and security internally within the company, and this has been one of the hottest topics internally at Deel for the last couple of months. We've been pushing AI really, really heavily. You guys will hear a little bit more about it during the fireside chat. And the amount of work that needs to be done to build the plumbing behind all of this vibe coding and all of these products that people who are not really technical are building is huge. And I've seen some of the pitches before, and I'm really excited to hear what people are building in this space, because this will really be the infrastructure of the next wave of tech companies. So without further ado, let's bring in the first company in this category.
Almost every company and every person relies on software. And AI just changed the way we build software. What used to be owned just by engineers is now in the hands of builders. Anyone could build. Well, actually, that's true for new software. Because when we look at existing commercial complex applications, they are far from being builder-led. They may have engineering coding faster with Cursor or Claude, but that's not enough to win and survive the AI revolution. That's where MyOp comes in. MyOp is a pluggable builder layer that sits on top any existing commercial application, including legacy, mobile, and any framework. We let non-technical builders vibe code their own front end on top of enterprise-grade core. That means product managers, designers, marketeers, but also your customers, your vendors, your partners, your resellers, and autonomous agents can create experiences outside the source code and connect it back to real data, business logic, and backend with MyOp. Governance, security, and safety are built in our isolated micro front-end architecture. Let's take Deel, for example. Instead of offering the same product to all of your customers, why not shape different user experiences to different segments, engineering free? Why not let your enterprise customers vibe code their own interface on top of your core? This is not theoretical. We're already live in production and we're growing. Our customers experienced complete revolution with 100% of the front end shifted to non-technical builders. They move faster, they ship more, and they make more revenue with higher quality, personalized experiences. This is us. We've spent the past 14 months perfecting this to work with any stack at the highest scale with the highest performance level. The winners of the AI era are not just coding faster with AI. They shift their products to become platforms shaped by builders, and they'll do it with MyOp, or they risk losing their business to builders with a good enough, lovable made copy. Thank you.
A few years ago, before ChatGPT was even out, I and a few other engineers from DeepMind, Google, and Microsoft, we made a decision. We would never write API documentation anymore. You see, we understood why it was so important, but we just simply hated writing one, so we created our own language model. Engineers loved it, so did Y Combinator, where we got our first investment. Then Atlassian followed, and today we have more than 18,000 companies globally, from London Stock Exchange to Ticketmaster, where we are automating their entire API documentation flow. Over the years, we built this very strong foundation, and then agents arrived. And everything that we've been working on became 10 times more important. You see, now it's not just humans that are consuming API documentation, but also agents, who last month alone, they made 100 million requests to read our documentation. And next year, it is predicted that agents in general will make 1,000 times more API call than humans ever did. But here is the problem. Most companies are not ready for that. We are seeing this firsthand with our customers whose APIs were not at all designed for agents. So they have to completely redesign their APIs, which, by the way, takes forever. Once they do, they have no idea how agents are consuming their APIs. Their API governance lives in spreadsheets, well, if it exists. And don't even get me started on enterprise-level MCP. So turns out the most important part of the software right now is most neglected. That's why even our customers pushed us to do beyond API documentation, where now we are doing API design, API governance, insights, and MCP. It was just recently, Sam Altman said that now every company is an API company, whether they want to be or not. And he thinks, direct quote, almost none of them are ready. But we are going to change it, where we power every AI agent, every AI model, every AI breakthrough of the next decade, not by building the AI, but what the AI runs on. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Benjamin and I'm the co-founder of Presage. And at Presage, we are building a world model for cloud infrastructure, and let me tell you why. Cloud infrastructure today is becoming more and more autonomous. Why? Because agents are everywhere. They are making thousands of decisions per second, triggering workflow, scaling resources, deleting resources, changing their environment every second. The problem is there is no tool today that can simulate what happened next. So for example, observability tool tell you what broke, but nobody tells you what will break. So teams are flying blind, and that blindness costs billions. So we are bringing a world model into our world, which is the cloud, and how it works. Let's imagine your house is on fire. Datadog, an observability tech, calls you to tell you that your house is burning and charges you for every gallon of water to put it out. At Presage, we don't do that. At Presage, we tell you before the fire starts that something is about to go wrong, so we simulate it and fix it in milliseconds. That's what a world model does. You stop reacting and you start predicting. So where we are now, we already have some research and development on the way. We signed over 200K in the last few days. And most importantly, we are building something that no one else has. It's going to be the first proprietary data set to train world model into real production infrastructure. So we raised 1.5 million at the end of 2025. We are raising our fund right now, and we are moving from Paris to San Francisco at the end of September. And we are building a killer team, and I think you're going to hear some great stuff about us in the next few days. And just to conclude, agents are everywhere. The impact they have on the cloud is just insane. So you don't want to answer to automation with observation. You need prediction. And when it comes to prediction, nothing can beat the world model. Because in critical environments, such as the cloud, even the smallest action can have dramatic consequences. So you don't want to have answer and action like observability tool based on LLM. You want reflection. And reflection is like the ability to understand what happened next before it happens. Thank you very much.
everyone. At the Grid.ai, we're building a spot market for AI inference. We believe that there is a new economy forming around machine labor. And AI is now doing actual work end to end. It's coding, it's doing legal work, it's closing customer support tickets, and it's no longer a piece of software or a tool that's given to humans to support their labor, but it's actually labor itself as an output. And so the models and GPUs that we're all aware of are actually just downstream inputs for this new output. And this compression at the end of the stack is happening for the first time. So because of this, inference demand is exploding. But there is no market and there's no price discovery. If you look at the new DeepSeek model that was just released, the pricing variance is actually quite extreme. And this will continue to happen as long as there is no venue for aggregation or any type of reaction to real-time supply and demand. Inference can also be treated like a physical spot commodity, meaning you can buy and sell LLM tokens on an order book and then physically meter and deliver them through API and routing infrastructure. This is actually very similar to how electricity is treated today. So the markets themselves, because the output is some sort of labor or task, will form around that labor or task as well, each with their own contract specs. These three markets you see here are live on the grid today, and eventually more markets will emerge as AI enters into different labor industries and does the work there. The contract specs are actually very similar to commodities, where the commodities exchange will never tell that farmer, for example, that they need to use a specific brand of a tractor or a specific brand of a plow. They set minimum standards and grades of the output, and it's a supplier's responsibility to meet them. Similarly here, the minimum standards and grades are all revolve around minimum standards of benchmarks of intelligence, context window, time to first token, etc. Another way to understand this is that agents don't care around brand names of GPUs or brand names of models. They'll happily switch in between all of them. They care if the output is smart enough, is it fast enough, is the context window big enough, etc. So the Grid.ai is a marketplace and exchange for machine labor. We have order books for LLM tokens, standardized contracts and specifications, and physical delivery through routing and API infrastructure. We are building first with the spot market, eventually to derivatives and RFQs, and building the full financial stack of AI. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sang.
Hi, I'm Tanny. We're Vibranium Labs. Yes, like Black Panther from Marvel. We built Vibe on Call, which is an AI native pager that helps engineering teams with IT incidents resolve them faster before they become headline news. We've all seen the headlines before. CrowdStrike goes down, takes down the entire internet and airlines. Verizon goes down, taking down millions of phone lines. Claude Code Cursor produces millions of code and creates potential breaks in IT systems. According to Splunk, unplanned downtimes cost businesses more than $400 billion each year. That's 9% of profits gone instantly.
So what happens inside a company when these outages are reported? Well, that's when the software engineer's worst nightmare actually begins. Someone, an on-call engineer, is getting paged at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night on the weekend, whether it's through an app, email, SMS, or angry call from your customer, and you're in a hotspot. You only have actually a couple minutes of a window to acknowledge a page that you're awake, and you're paging other grumpy engineers, and your customers are constantly pinging you for updates, and you're in a hotspot. So on the right here is actually my own personal pager at Google. And there's been a lot of times where I was on call during Christmas, New Year's, or personal events that I had to miss, and it's a very painful experience. So we built Vibe on Call to solve this messy problem. And Vibe on Call is an AI native pager with 20 plus specialized agents to help you detect, triage, and investigate incidents. Meanwhile, while your engineers are waking up with zero at 3 a.m., so you have context. And our customer has said it best. CTO of Shutterstock has mentioned that Vibe on Call has fundamentally shifted how we approach incident management today, reducing escalations, shortening decision life cycles, and ultimately reducing more than 60% of mean time to resolution. And it is a $400 billion problem that is yet to be solved. And we are ex-founders, longtime friends from Amazon and Google, and we have experienced this firsthand. And we believe that Vibe on Call is the solution to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We started with one question. Can AI reduce downtime in oil wells? We built a physics-based model using first principles without training data for electrical submersible pumps. Today, 5 of the top 10 pump manufacturers use our software and reduce their downtime by up to 97%. At first, it wasn't scalable. So we spent the next 2 years solving why. Unstructured analog data and broken industrial connectivity. And we solved both, and the outcome was agentic architecture before AI agents existed. All of a sudden, we could build a physics-based model for any asset. We scaled from artificial lift to all rotating equipment, and then to power, and signed $240 million in contracts. It works, but guess what? Every deployment faced the same 3 challenges. AI without domain expertise is just guessing, AI without real-time data stuck in the past, and AI without machine-readable engineering data is blind reasoning. Miss any one of these 3 and the AI fails. While looking for this solution, I came across 3 different founding teams that each had solved one of these problems. Combined with what Nibble has built, it's the complete stack, the only one that addresses these industries' problems. Domain expert agents, industrial connectivity, digital conversion, and domain expertise. This stack generates $56 million in revenue today, scaling to $400 million. We're raising $150 million to complete the stack and IPO at $5 to $15 billion. Critical industries run on, the civilizations run on critical industries. Critical industries will run on Nibble. This isn't a theory. This is an obsession that we've lived for the last 20 years, going through every stage with our clients. And today, we're looking for you guys to help us take that on. Thank you so much.
From robotics and autonomous vehicles to climate modeling and medical discovery, next-gen AI applications require a direct training on massive volumetric 3D datasets to capture and understand real-world physics. But spatial and physical AI is not compute-bound. It's data-bound, because raw volumetric data 10,000 times more than video modality. So without a breakthrough in how we process and stream this data, progress will choke on cost, bandwidth, and time. Spatial computing stalls when I/O bandwidth cannot feed GPUs fast enough, creating this data gravity problem that slows innovation despite huge amount of compute. So Zebra AI compresses these massive 3 datasets to only 3% of the original file size, cutting transfer, storage, and infrastructure costs, while also removing data streaming bottlenecks. Our instant decompression keeps GPUs fat, enabling both vertical applications and horizontal scaling across diverse AI models to train faster and more efficiently. So this translates 3D data from a major constraint into a scalable foundation for next-generation spatial and physical AI applications and multi-domain AI infrastructure. So, in simple terms, we built a series of compression-first codecs, similar to what JPEG did for digital photography or H.264 for video streaming, Zebra did for 3D. Moving forward, we are evolving into an end-to-end platform for data orchestration, management, and deployment, positioning us close to the Databricks, but again, for 3D. We originally built and validated the technological core in media entertainment, solving data processing bottlenecks for companies including DNEG, Sony, and Valve. Now, we are at over 500K in annual recurring revenue and active pilots across physical AI space, including PhysicsX, Keyword, and Luminary. We also highly recognized by the ecosystem. We are part of NVIDIA Inception, A16Z Speedrun alumni, Epic Games, and Google for Startups grant recipient. And of course, to build all this, we have the right team of 12 engineers with a unique combination of codecs, machine learning, physics, 3D programming, and IP protection experience. Thank you so much for your time.
right, the first category is over. And before we go into the next one, I have a favor that I want to ask from you guys. It's 84 pitches. It's going to be a lot of clapping. But these guys, they get the energy from your enthusiasm. So I'm just going to ask you to basically clap so loud after each pitch that the whole room vibrates, because we need to be the loudest room of any of the pitch events. The AI theme continues. Now we're going to see a bunch of startups, including businesses that are enabling you to manage all of the agents that you're all building, and also with real-life applications in manufacturing, airlines, amongst many other things. So let's keep the rhythm going, and please, big round of applause for the first startup in this category, Alud.
Hi, everyone. Do you know what's the common point between this completely useless plastic duck and this rocket, one of the most complex systems ever built? They have both been manufactured in a factory. Manufacturing is the backbone of our society. And yet, most of the knowledge needed to run a factory is actually not written anywhere. It lives in workers' heads that eventually leave or retire. The same mistakes happen again and again, causing downtime and costing factories $650 billion every year. At Alud, we solve this. With our first product, our customers go on the shop floor and film their experts working. And in under 2 minutes, our agents transform the video into a full procedure effortlessly. Once the knowledge is captured, we contextualize it by mapping the relationships between process, products, and machines. This is the context that AI engine needs to understand operations and surface optimization opportunities, unlocking millions in savings. In just 3 months, we went from 0 to 120K in live contracts with manufacturers like Renault or Mars. We built a $1 million pipeline, and just this morning, we moved the deal forward with a $20 billion company. My co-founder and I are both manufacturing experts. Ab, my CTO, is a second-time founder in manufacturing. And I'm Eva, a mechanical engineer trained at EPFL and Harvard, and worked in a factory, in a medtech factory, for 3 years and lived this problem. Manufacturing is the best proxy for human progress. The first industrial revolution was about machines. The next one is going to be about autonomous factories. At Alud, we're building the infrastructure that allows AI and robots in factories, powering the next industrial revolution. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hey, everyone. I'm Pierre-Louis. I'm the founder and the CEO of Alpic. And today we'll be talking about the future of the internet. I have 2 daughters that are under 5, and I'm pretty sure they will make fun of me when I will tell them that I was actually going to Google and then opening links in 20 different tabs and trying to go through all of them, because AI will do that for us. AI is becoming the entry point to the internet, and booking a flight, buying a product, or checking your bank account would just be one prompt away. But companies aren't ready for it. They have websites for human. Sometimes they have APIs for developers. Now they need an AI native interface, which is MCP, the Model Contracts Protocol, plugging your service directly into the chat. And with MCP, we're not talking about some like GEO bullshit, pardon my French. We're talking about plugging your product directly within the agent experience. And this is a use case of one of our customers deploying their product in ChatGPT so you can buy flights and hotels. I've been building CDN and internet infrastructure for 15 years. And this is the reason we're building Alpic. Alpic is a new cloud platform for a new internet. It is the easiest way to build, deploy, and monitor your MCP in production. And I want you to remember only two things. We launched 6 months ago. We are doubling our traffic every single month, and now having 25 million requests per month on our cloud platform. And two, our open source project is now the most popular framework to build ChatGPT apps. In just a few months, we 5x our booking. Since I made this slide, we actually closed customers like Datadog, AXA Insurance, and Louis Vuitton. We're building the future of the internet, so please join us.
Imagine that you are a bank and you have just deployed AI agents to handle customer interactions. At first, everything looks amazing. Your agents are helping your customers with onboarding and customer service, and they are conducting tens of thousands of conversations every day. But reality is dynamic. Your data is changing, models are evolving, and your business directives are being updated all of the time. Without continuous management, your agents will start to drift. They will start making mistakes. Some of them will go off the rails completely. Someone must monitor them in production, someone must give them feedback, and someone must teach them about new policies and about new products. The question is, who is going to be responsible for their day-to-day operations? At Avon AI, we treat AI agents like new type of employees in the organization, and we believe that in complex cases, those employees need to be managed. We also believe that the responsibility should be in the hands of business and operations teams, not engineering teams. Using our platform, business teams can gain full control over the life cycle of AI agents in production, monitoring them, finding potential problems and gaps, fixing those gaps, and continuously testing those agents to make sure they keep following your business directives in production. It's not just guardrails. Guardrails is telling your agents what not to do. Using our platform, business teams can actually tell their agents how they expect them to behave and make sure they actually do so in production, no matter who built the agent. We focused our attention on the toughest cases, regulated industries like insurance, health, and finance, where even a small mistake can have huge consequences. We deploy on-prem, and we allow our customers a neutral control layer independent of the different agent builders. We are a young company, but we are already deployed in around 20 regulated companies, including banks and insurance carriers, and we are moving really fast. Each month we deploy with more and more customers. My co-founder and I have developed agents in regulated industries before. Now, there are a lot of demos and models, there are a lot of demos and POCs. We know what it really takes to deploy at scale. Now we are building the business management layer that every company must have. Thank you very much.
I'm Asael from Belly, not Jeff, and we build air cargo software for airlines. The specific problem that we solve is that airlines fly with the bottom of the plane 85% empty. Airlines can actually make huge margins on air cargo because the aircraft and the pilot are already paid for. Most airlines still use spreadsheets and paper for their cargo operations, so the first thing we'll do is that we'll get them using our app, where they'll start getting real-time analytics and AI helps solve heavy computational problems like container optimization and weight and balance of the aircraft. We are the end-to-end cargo operating system for airlines. Our small airlines will have hundreds of daily active users, while our larger airlines will have thousands. Selling to airlines is actually pretty brutal. We're looking at an average sales cycle of 24 to 36 months, but we managed to reduce that to only 4 months. We're currently onboarding 1 new airline each month, and we are the fastest growing enterprise startup in the history of aviation. Over 80 companies applied to work with Emirates, and we were the only one selected. And if you guys ever go to an airline conference and go to Etihad's booth, all of the tech that is on display there was actually built by us. A cool hack here is that we get to fly for free with Etihad. We work with airline customers in every single continent except for Antarctica. We are still working on that. And we recently signed the largest airline in Indonesia. It's 25K USD per month. This is an airline with 400 passenger aircraft and 1,400 daily flights across 83 airports. Huge. We're actually having to change out their entire systems across thousands of employees without compromising their operations. It's a bit like doing open heart surgery while on a moving ambulance. Our founding team includes the C-suite of a large airline and a former partner at McKinsey. And our team is so well known in building flight systems that SpaceX called us personally to build theirs. So the next time you fly, pay more attention to what's happening at the bottom of the plane, because air cargo is the world's best kept secret that's been hiding in plain sight. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, here Matteo. Product and supplier catalogs are a mess, and it's one of the bigger bottlenecks for companies. Claro, keep them trusted every single day automatically. Catalog data is continuous. It's really complex to manipulate. Why? Every time new catalog getting updated, every time a new supplier changing something in the format, catalog breaks. And when it's breaking, it's obviously affecting every single service downstream, and it's creating problems for the systems. Bad data used to break down operation. Now it's blocking companies to really driving AI and automation. The missing layer for these companies is not a better AI or a better model. It's a reliable entity layers that can actually allow to building foundation on top of this data. That's what we do. Let's assume you are 3 different suppliers, supplier A, B, C. They also serve the same product, but they call it in a different way. They have different specs, different information. And these systems are getting obviously 3 fields inside the ERP and the systems, but actually it's exactly the same product. What Claro does, we automatically match, and we understanding what are the differences in the product. We auto-crawl the internet to find out which are the missing informations and fill the data back in the systems. We are not using LLM directly. We are actually trusting and building the trust through the graph and how the validation gates that our system provides. We sit between the system of records and the system that actually enable enterprise to running the systems, like agents, for example, or search, storefronts, analytics, and so on. It's a loop. It's a loop that never stops. We continuously detect whatever it's missing. We understanding how to solve it. We fill this information, we execute, we validate, and we give the loop and the feedback it's using to actually continuously improving the models. And this is actually creating a unique way to lock in the customer as well in. We are a small team of 3, completely founder-led for the last 12 months. We are already logging and assigning enterprise clients that have one single thing in common. Their business is fully reliable only on catalogs that they control. And this problem is actually what we prove it as well from this land to expand, how we move from workflow to actual infrastructure, triple the contract size in the first few months of the contract. We're a team that led data organization at Delivery Hero and Yelp, published research paper at MIT, and we're here building it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristian Luoma, and I've been building management systems for enterprises and scale-ups for 20 years. Let me tell you about Sarah. She runs PMO at the Fortune 500 company. And she told me last month this: her work has turned to being a translator between meetings and tools. She's not an operator. She's a human API. She's paying the coordination tax. Bain measured it. 46% of all managers go through it. Nothing but glue work stitching together updates from Slack and Salesforce and other tools, all gone. There's 10 million people like Sarah in PMO alone. 65% of all strategy execution fails. It is the largest invisible tax in modern work. But here's something. All of the decisions in the meetings vanish. They don't make it to the systems of record or to the humans or to the AI. You cannot have an agentic workforce without a context that helps you understand how decisions are being made. That's why we built this. In parallel, joins your meetings, work, Slack, emails, and it captures and updates continuously situational picture. And it provides this context available for all of your MCP-powered agents, making them 10 times better. Actually, one of our early access customers said that working with our MCP is like day and night for her. It makes every prompt 10 times better. In the last 12 weeks, we have 90% engagement, 0 churn, positive net retention. We've made 30 deals, 32 million pipeline. And since we last spoke in Berlin, we've locked a successful pilot with a Fortune 50 customer. Our flagship customer that delivers 6-digit ACV is growing for the 5th time. We are building the shared context between humans and AI. It makes every prompt 10 times better. We're backed by Lifeline Venture, Notion Capital, and Javier Olivan, the CEO of Meta, who believes that this will be the future of work. Sarah has all her plans updated.
Every day, AI gets a little bit better at what we do best, right? Pretty soon, every competitive advantage you thought you had will be table stakes. That means that the most valuable differentiator will be the knowledge no AI has currently access to. It's things like your expertise, your knowledge, your judgment, all of the things that are currently only living inside your head. That's called implicit IP, and it will be the most important mode left for many businesses for the era of AI. Every knowledge-intensive company has it. It's unique, it's irreplaceable, but it's right now totally unoperationalized. The winners of the AI era will be those businesses who manage to change that. And Mav9 is doing exactly that. We've built a foundational operating system that is running on a unified data model that is deduplicating data from multiple systems into a coherent knowledge graph that also maps the contextual relationships between data points. That's how the agentic layer on top doesn't just understand the facts, it also understands relationships and recognizes patterns, like how and when you do things and what you do why. And then we connect that to an implicit IP engine that is learning from the user's actions. It's documenting your implicit IP without you having to write it down. Many businesses believe that AI, agentic layers, skill sets, and tools are their unique differentiator to anything that is for their services, products, and their entire businesses, but it's not. It's a generative commodity that anyone can rent. It's like your fingers and your arms executing what the brain tells them to do. Mav9 is that brain, with the structured context and the implicit IP engine, making sure that the agentic system on top actually delivers something that is defensible and differentiating. We have raised a 4 million pre-seed last year, led by General Catalyst, and just last week we closed another 2 million extension, doubling our valuation. We have 1.9 million in signed ARR by our clients pre-launch, and our waitlist currently represents more than 300 million in ARR potential. Due to our unique access and expertise in the space, we will be starting out with private capital. It's a 30 trillion AUM market that, based on our current pricing, delivers a 15 billion ARR opportunity for us. Delivering a platform that delivers operations for fund operations, investment workflows, and fund administration. Private capital is where we start, but every industry where judgment is the product is where we're going to be scaling. Thank you.
Every company is about to get 1,000 new digital employees. Software agents are writing code. Chat agents are in every workflow. Autonomous agents are running ops. What Okta did for humans, Palmer is going to do for agents. Last year, agents were stuck in developer land. Agents were being run by developers, they gave them credentials, they understood how to do these things internally to an organization, gave them access to systems, and there was a lot of trust from the organization to those developers to do that correctly. Enter Model Context Protocol. MCP is the standard that has enabled everyone in an organization, whether they're technical or not technical, to add capabilities to their agent and to really let their agents to start execute into systems and actually go past beyond just writing text and giving you emails, but actually executing into CRMs or databases or any system you can imagine. We actually even connect our bank account to it. So you can see very, very quickly that inside of an organization, scaled across thousands of people, if everybody starts doing this, you're going to lose control very quickly as to what agent has what capability, accessing which system. And so inside of an organization, if everybody starts doing this, you're going to run into very big problems very quickly. One is going to be compliance. If you're a regulated industry, you're going to want to know exactly what agent has executed into which system. Has it deleted 10 entries into a CRM, for example? Who has access to what? And also, if we're doing this thousands of times a day, how much is this costing us in tokens? The adoption is huge. 80% of enterprises are already using agents. We've heard this a lot today already. MCP has hit 100 million downloads already. And just to put that into context, so React took 3 years to get to a monthly number. This is weekly. Palmer is the layer that enables all of this. It is the easiest way for an organization to plug and play a system where you can add any MCP on one side and give access to any employee, any autonomous agent, any consumer in the organization that needs access to systems at scale. And so being able to fully keep that auditable, accessible, to make it as easy as possible for non-technical users to actually understand what's happening inside of the organization. We sold our previous company to Cisco. We did Kubernetes governance there, so this is right up our alley. Since our launch in January, we closed a $10 million pipeline. We've built a $10 million pipeline.
We're Zoma, and we're building the product intelligence and syndication layer for agentic commerce. What Shopify built for SMBs in the web era, we're building for enterprises in the era of AI agents. We're already generating multi-millions in ARR, growing at over 890% year over year, and we're proud to work with 9 of the top 30 CPGs, including Mars, L'Oreal, and Unilever. So what's the opportunity for brands in the agentic commerce era? On Black Friday last year, AI chatbots drove 14.2 billion in sales and influenced 20% of purchases. Amazon's AI shopping agent Rufus was used by over 300 million customers in 2025 and drove 60% higher conversion rate. Similarly, half of Walmart's app users are already using their AI agent Sparky, and shoppers who use it place orders on average 35% larger. But this new era also comes with challenges for brands. Firstly, as AI adoption increases, brand real estate shrinks. In a physical store, there are between 200 to 500 items on a shelf. Back when I worked at Amazon, being one of 50 on page 1 was enough. Today, agents like Rufus and Sparky recommend roughly 5 products, and soon we'll all have our own personal AI agent who knows us intimately and will make hyper-personalized recommendations for us, take actions on our behalf, and who we will trust over any advertising spend. Secondly, Because agents provide a generative and personalized experience, brands are losing control over channels, content, and compliance. Lastly, unlike traditional e-commerce, where product understanding was formed in data feeds, AI agents pull from everywhere, including customer reviews, brand websites, editorial content, MCP and UCP protocols, data feeds, and more. Azoma provides brands a single end-to-end system to control how their products are understood, reasoned over, and acted upon by AI agents. At the heart of our offering is our patented agentic merchant protocol, which is both an orchestration layer and an attribution and incrementality framework. We have several case studies on our website showing how we're already driving multi-millions in incremental revenue with customers like Mars, and we're currently raising $8 million. Please join us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Well, I'm Angelo, the co-founder and CEO of Siren, the AI conversational infrastructure to master all the communication from your client's journey designed for brick-and-mortar businesses. Well, everyone here wants to sell AI to SMBs, but no one wants to touch their shitty legacy systems. And this is exactly what we've been doing for months at Siren. Brick-and-mortar businesses have been handling for years now thousands of customer interactions daily, but their data are scattered across disconnected systems like communication channels, CRMs, ERPs, booking softwares. As a result, lost revenue, high costs, broken customer experience, and we're bridging that gap by giving them the AI conversational infrastructure they lack to master all the communications. And we're doing so with only 3 products: AI agents, a unified help desk, and a workflow automation engine. Regarding our technical moat, it lies in 3 layers. Legacy integrations, we crack legacy softwares, network effects. Every deployment makes the next one faster and more reliable, and our product with our fine-tuning approach, because our product is our pipeline. We started in healthcare a year ago now, and we signed more than 120 clients, and we did more than 1 million in ARR, and we're now scaling into beauty, retail, and hospitality. And to the question, why will we be winning? There's a simple answer. Here's our secret. When I was saying our product is our pipeline, that means that with Siren, we collect automatically all the conversations. We label them, and we train our models. With that, every client starts with a fine-tuned model on an industry-specific conversational data. And for premium clients, they get their own private LLM deployed locally. So my only question for you guys today is, will you be following the rainbow with us? Thank you very much.
For the first time in software history, building is not the hardest task to solve. Deciding what to build is. Shipping code is easy. Everybody is a builder. Product judgment, still rare, still human, still constrained. Enterprises are used to waste millions of dollars building things nobody needs. AI accelerates outputs, so now the problem is even bigger. We're wasting $1 trillion every year, and the number is growing. We're also moving into a new era, from humans building for humans to machines building with machines, artifacts flowing all over, but the product development lifecycle hasn't caught up. We need to adjust it to the AI native world, and that's exactly where Bagel AI comes in. Bagel AI is your product decision partner, a system that tells you what to build and why. The right product, right time, based on continuous evidence. We unify millions of data points, feedback, usage, product data, book of business. We build your agentic product brain for your company. It learns, it remembers, it improves. It turns noise into high-impact decisions, so now your team doesn't just move faster. It moves in the right direction, shipping what actually matters, and it's working. In the past year alone, we grew 4x in ARR. In the past 4 months, we did 10x in active users, from 500 to 5,000 users. And we're trusted by the top 30 industry leaders, companies like Tipalti, Insider, 8x8, even the platforms where feedback is born, like Gong and Freshworks, are using Bagel. We're a team of serial founders and product leaders. We all felt it ourselves. Itai sold his company house party. Yuval led product teams for 30 years. I've built a go-to-market machine from zero to more than 10 million in revenue. And this is just the first bite of the bagel. We are reinventing the entire product development lifecycle. So if you care about building the right thing, let's share a bagel. Thank you.
All right. That was the last pitch in this category. We've heard about Octas for agents. We have heard puns about airlines. Cargo is hiding in plain sight. I love that one. And we have heard Eva dissing rubber ducks, which she calls them useless, but I find them particularly useful when bathing my 1-year-old. This is the last AI-dedicated category that we're going to be looking at before our lunch break. And thank you all for the clapping. I know your palms will hurt, but don't worry, it's good for your circulation. So let's go into the next 7 pitches. Keep up the energy, and lunch is coming. Welcome on stage.
The European Union has awarded 285 billion euros in grants last year. And yet, most companies missed out. Not because they were rejected, but because they got buried in bureaucracy. Or worse, they never even heard about them. This means that companies that really want to access public funding need to be constantly searching in outdated government websites, read through dozens of rules and regulations, and then spend up to 50 hours writing an application. Now imagine doing all of this without any certainty of success several times a year. Applying for grants is a full-time job. And the only other option companies have is to hire expensive consultants. The bottom line is this. While grants are supposed to be the best source of funding for companies, for most, they end up becoming a complete waste of time and money. Well, not anymore. We are Granter, and we have created the world's first AI grant consultant, a vertical AI agent that handles all the bureaucracy of grants, end to end. But how does it work? It all starts with grant matching. We created a database with every single publicly available grant in the market, and then our agent matches each company to the right grants for them and checks for eligibility instantly. And when it finds the perfect grant, it writes a full application. And because it does so according to the official criteria, it greatly increases their chances of approval. But it doesn't stop at submission. Once an application is approved, our agent will manage the entire project, tracking results, sending reminders, and submitting reports and invoices. And companies can apply to as many grants as they want for just 4,000 euros per year, which is 5 times less than what you'd pay to a consultant for just one application. My name is Bernardo, and I'm the CEO of Granter. I'm a second-time founder, and I was part of the first sales team at Uber in Portugal. My co-founder and CTO, who is also named Bernardo, has been leading tech teams in startups for the last 10 years. We are accompanied by yet another Bernardo and 4 other super talented non-Bernardos. We are Granter, and we are here to empower every single company to apply to those 285 billion euros. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, my name is David and I'm the founder of Nuxit.
Every time a company buys a product or service, it triggers a hidden chain of manual admin tasks. Customs, tax, accounting, procurement, treasury, 50 to 150 euros in hidden admin cost per procurement transaction. But why does it persist? ERP systems store data and humans still do the work. Interpretation, decision-making, acting between process steps, often done manually. Globally, companies spend 250 billion euros per year in human doing procurement-related back-office tasks. We try to solve this. We offer an AI workforce that manages the procurement-related back-office from start to finish. 5 agents for each team, 1 specific agent. Procurement, customs, tax, accounting, and treasury. The agents execute work in existing tools. They are able to learn from companies' processing data. They have legal knowledge of 25 countries, and they talk to the outside world via Teams and email. Currently, it takes 2 weeks to deploy the workforce of agents within companies. We currently serve around 50 global companies, among them the largest retailer in Europe, the largest automotive supplier in Europe, and some of the largest logistics players in Europe. The results are typically 90% less manual work and 80% less processing costs. And the execution reduces from days to minutes. Today, we sit at 1.5 million euros in contracted annual recurring revenue, and we believe we can grow the revenue until the end of the year to 3.5 million euros annual recurring revenue. Today, our contracts are typically multi-year contracts, minimum 24 months, oftentimes beyond that. My team consists of 15 people. My co-founder and I, we spent 15 years together in the SAP and AI workspace, building agents, building AI solutions for enterprise solutions. And I have a background in computer science and economics. My co-founder has a background in aerospace engineering and physics. And together we have one vision. We want to free up companies from running procurement-related back office manually. And if you want to join us, we're happy for this. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Arnaud Weiss. I'm a repeat founder with 2 exits, and with Arthur, also a repeat founder and YC alumnus, we are building Sillage, the agentic platform for enterprise sales. Before Sillage, I was the VP of marketing of a scale-up. I tried all the AI solutions for sales, 11x, AI SDR, Artisan, etc. They were irrelevant to us because we were doing enterprise sales. When you're doing enterprise sales, you need humans talking to humans, building relationship and trust over time. Even at the #1 AI company in the world, sales is their #1 hiring category. When you're selling to enterprise, you cannot delegate conversations to an AI. And this is why we're building Sillage. It's GTM agents that fit the specific needs of enterprise sales. Let's say you want to sell to a company. Our agents will do the account mapping, finding all the subsidiaries and all the key stakeholders you need to contact. Then our agents will surface buying signals. This company just opened an office in Japan and hired a global head of HR. Great timing to reach out. With Sillage, sales reps can focus on strategic thinking and building the relationship. We automate all the rest. In just 6 months, we signed more than 30 customers with companies such as Full & Rich or Ubik, and we even have a POC running with Deel in APAC. The results for our customers have been amazing so far. Using Sillage, Salesforce has measured a 61% increase in pipeline generation. We just raised a 2 million pre-seed round with top investors, and we just released our MCP. So we partnered with Anthropic and Full & Rich to organize the largest Cloud for GTM hackathon in Europe. If you want to join, it's on the 7th of July in Paris at Station F. Thank you very much.
$50 million wasted per company per year, not on bad strategy, but on outdated information. Every company with 10,000 employees and more is losing this money now because their AI agents and employees are relying on outdated pricing sheets, sales deck, or product guides, leading to delays, lost deals, and errors. To fix this, we're building Oasis, the automatic update engine. NVIDIA, Chubb, Zoom are all already paying to use our prototype and seeing a 70% efficiency gain. Oasis reached 300K ARR in just 3 months. Here's how we got there. For 7 years, I built training for corporation, but every policy or process change triggered manual updates and delayed launch. Courses often took 2 years and cost $500,000. And on the day of the launch, guess what? The content was already outdated. But that's not just a training problem. In large company, when there's one small change, hundreds of documents get outdated overnight across functions. Updates in tools like Confluence are still done manually. In fact, Confluence and SharePoint store your information. Glean helps you search for it across system. And Zapier automates our workflows, but only for triggers that you predefined in advance. Oasis is different. It doesn't need predefined triggers. You simply connect it to your internal systems like Salesforce, Slack, or Jira, and it monitors your thousands of documents and naturally understand the relationship between them. When there's a change, like a new price or policy, Oasis pings you on Slack, shows the impact radius, and all of the documents that are now invalid. It then suggests precise edits. Your AI agents or yourself can review and edit, send to SME, and just like that, all your documents are updated in real time. We're the right team for this. My CTO, he has 2 AI patents and is a third-time founder. I have domain expertise and go-to-market relationship with Fortune 500. We're raising $3 million to go to market and launch our MVP. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mo, founder of OnBeacon. Teams, they're shipping faster than ever. But guess what? They're also spending millions on acquiring users who churn. Churn is a $2 trillion problem. Adoption and retention is now the new bottleneck for product teams. So, we're building Beacon, a digital growth PM on call 24/7. It automatically analyzes your product flows, applies your analytics and behavioral science principles, and generates these app variations that you can test within a few minutes. Most teams are running 3 to 5 variations and experiments per month. With OnBeacon, that becomes 10 to 100 experiments. Most analytics tools, they show you the problem. Consultants, they come in, they tell you how to fix it, and then they leave. OnBeacon actually does the work end to end, and it creates this living knowledge base of context that actually gets smarter with every experiment. We are becoming the growth layer that product teams trust. We hit 250K ARR in 6 months with top brands, Chime, Agoda, Shopback. We have a 3-year contract with the Dubai government, and we partnered with Google Play. We helped one of their top app developers increase retention from 10 to 23%. We are repeat founders, and we have 20 years product experience building complex products like Siri, AdWords, macOS 10. I was a growth PM for AdWords, and I saw firsthand just how hard it was to run growth experiments. OnBeacon is that product I wish I had, and we are one of the few teams with a track record to build it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ahikam Kaufman, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of SafeBooks. Company reached out to us after the Claude homemade AI agent wrongly billed and recognized $100,000 of revenues. Finance requires 100% reliable and trustable AI in order to automate its processes. However, you can't get that from the models today because corporate financial data is fragmented across systems and hard to link and reconcile. As Mark Benioff explained during Informatica $8 billion acquisition last week in All In, none of this stuff works if you don't have context. AI is very probabilistic and needs to be grounded and locked to real data and to have that semantic layer. That's what SafeBooks does for corporate financial data. Do-it-yourself AI in corporate finance takes months, breaks within a quarter, and lacks the essential systematic elements like collaboration, flows, widgets, etc. SafeBooks is the first AI data platform dedicated for corporate finance that fully automates finance operations end-to-end, at scale, with 100% accuracy, integrity, and completeness, which is a must for financial data. Watch how SafeBooks deploys itself for a customer. It doesn't only capture your data, it understands it. The transactions, supporting documents, policies, and more. Start building your AI in finance with SafeBooks. SafeBooks today power dozens of public companies. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. Hey everyone, my name is Massi Squillaci. I'm the CEO founder of Contents. 2/3 of the online content will be AI generated, but who governs all of this? According to McKinsey, only 30% of the enterprises are fully embracing AI. Do you know why? Too many tools, fragmented tools. Employees are using consumer application. Data is everywhere. Creating strong workflow is a nightmare. This is why we build Contents. We are able to offer the best of breed of any LLM. We are connected with more than 200 LLMs, built-in governance. Data is protected, and we have native enterprise integration. How does it work? Very simple. Your data, your knowledge, our orchestrator, our prompt designer for non-technical people, and you can create several use cases like sales, marketing, internal communication, investor relation, multilingual localization. We have blue chip customers like Sainsbury's in the UK, Dolce & Gabbana in Italy, Radisson in Spain, Porsche in Germany, Accenture in the US. For example, Sainsbury's, the first grocery in the UK, every day 30 people, even today, log into Contents for managing the AI workflows. And you can imagine how strong is the lock-in we have with them. Replacing content is not a software migration, it's an operational disruption. We are now at 54 compound annual growth rate, best in class in SaaS. And I'm really proud to say 0% churn rate. We never lost a customer. We are the first ever investment of Qatar Development Bank in Southern Europe, the first ever investment of Thomson Reuters Ventures outside US and Canada, and we are the first ever investment of Spark Labs in Southern Europe. We started from Europe. Our path now is 50 million ARR, and Contents is the governed AI for enterprise scale. Thank you.
Okay, this was the last pitch in this category, and now we have lunch. So lunch is going to be served in this room. People will be walking around with trays at the back, so grab your food, and please be back by 12:30 because we will be starting at 1:30. We'll be starting at 1:40 sharp. Thanks all. Enjoy the lunch. Louder. I hope you've enjoyed your nice battery carby French lunch and that you're not too tired. The next section is definitely the one that's going to keep you awake because we've got satellites, drones, and robots, which is going to be a lot of fun. So please welcome on the stage the first company in this category, Bond.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan Gurwitz and I am the CEO of Bond. Please raise your hand if you use the navigation app on your way here. Great, that makes you a consumer of GNSS, or as most of us call it, GPS technology. And you are not alone. Around 2% of the entire global GDP relies on GNSS daily. And yet, all it takes for me to shut down every GPS device inside this room is this $55 jammer that I got from AliExpress. Militaries do the exact same thing in larger scales, reaching up to 1,000 kilometers of GNSS interference. And when that happens, drones crash, missiles miss their targets, autonomous systems fail, and safety in everything around us that matters decreases dramatically. This is already a global problem around the world. From the States to Europe, India, and the UAE, everyone suffers from GNSS interference daily. In the United States alone, there was an increase of 830% in jammer seizures at borders. These jammers are illegal, dangerous, and nowhere to be located by the authorities. So we've got a bunch of jammers spread around the world, God knows where, causing tremendous amount of damage to the systems that matters the most. And yet, as long as GNSS interference remains invisible to the human eye, there's absolutely nothing we can do about them, or at least until now. Bond makes the invisible visible by providing a real-time GNSS interference map down to the street resolution without any hardware required. We help drones re-navigate themselves away from those interferences instead of crashing down. We help law enforcers and militaries to localize these jammers and catch the bad guys. And we provide a GPS weather map for field operators so they know what areas to avoid. We've existed less than 3 months and already secured a pilot with a leading drone company, the Israeli Farmers Association, and the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture, which reports $34 million in losses each planting season from those interferences. For every drone that crashes, losses can reach up to $50,000. The drone company we work with reports a 50% decrease in drone crashes ever since they started using Bond. Me and my co-founder Tomer are best friends since high school. We live together in Tel Aviv. We're both single without any commitments to anything but working 7 days a week on Bond. In the military, I was the one in charge of those GNSS interferences, while Tomer was the one trying to avoid them as a drone expert. Together, we're the perfect team to solve this problem. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here today to show you that climate can be profitable. Today, there's 3 fundamental problems that are holding the carbon market from reaching their full potential. Soil is sampled every 1 to 3 years, and satellites provide a proxy, but they don't actually measure. This leads to the inaccurate quantification of greenhouse gas removals, where other solutions on the market have an accuracy of plus or minus 30 to 70%, which frankly is not good enough. And the cost and time it takes to get most projects to market breaks the project. At Hyphen, we directly measure 24/7, 365 with an accuracy of over 90%, and we're able to get our customers to market in weeks at 25% less cost. How do we do this? Hardware, software, service, one seamless integration. We deploy, maintain, and operate ground-based instrumentation. Our applied AI software combines this with remote sense data and provides real-time quantification, analytics, and reporting, and automates the market integration for the third-party issuance of high-quality carbon credits and emissions claims. We're your end-to-end solution provider to ensure your carbon credits and emissions claims reflect reality. Our business model that supports this is we charge a one-time initiation fee, an annual subscription fee priced per hectare, and a commission on the annual sale of carbon credits. We're actively serving customers on this model in the voluntary carbon market, directly to governments for bilateral trading through the Paris Agreement, and to big multinational agriculture corporations. We just went to market, so we have a lot of exciting KPIs, but most notably through our government customers and big ag companies, we've already secured long-term agreements with significant recurring revenues, but we are just getting started. We actually have more demand than we can fulfill. That's why we're launching our seed round to grow the team, execute, realize, and grow revenues. When it comes to execution, we're a Swiss company, and we have an amazing team of serial entrepreneurs, including both the previous president and the director of the United Nations World Meteorological Organization, and an amazing team of software developers out of ETH Zurich. Lastly, I want you to know that by taking this win, it would not only be a major catalyst and game changer for Hyphen, but would positively impact thousands of lives in South America and Africa, and would result in the restoration and conservation of millions of hectares of Earth's most natural and precious ecosystems. Thank you for your consideration.
Close your eyes for just a second. Now imagine this: a machine that can smell cancer from your breath. A machine that can detect food contaminations before it reaches millions of people. Not in the lab or in real time. I'm Aim, co-founder of MUI Robotics, and we build AI that can smell. Smell is critical. Without the smell sense, you can't even tell whether the environment around you or the food or the drinks that you're about to consume is safe or not. But this process is still being done by humans. Factories and manufacturers worldwide still use human nose to detect spoilage, contaminations, and emissions. It is biased, unsustainable, and it doesn't scale. AI can see, AI can hear, AI can speak, but AI is still blind to smell. This is a $1 trillion blind spot. We solve this with our sensory AI technology. Our AI nose digitizes smell, turning odor into data in real world and real time. But we're not just building the sensors. We're building the first AI smell foundation model, a new data layer for the physical world. Today, we've served over 400 enterprises we serve over 400 enterprises to solve their problems. This includes leading companies like Nestle, Toyota, Cargill, and Ajinomoto. And the kicker is, we get paid to collect data. We've collected over 200 million data points in real world from farms, factories, and waste management facilities. Now we're ready to build a smell foundation model. Oops. Okay. So our team spent 20 years researching this. LLM teaches machines to understand language. We're teaching machines to understand smell. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kumi Oludoi, CEO of Zarare Technologies, a company on a mission to help industrial companies protect what matters most, their assets. Now that's people, property, and profits. Industrial companies need to reduce the cost of labor-intensive processes, such as security and facilities management, whilst at the same time maintain a high standard of operation, efficiency, and site safety. When we look at the security use case, it can cost between 180 to 200K per year to hire 2 security guards per 12-hour shift. And when you look at building inspections, it can cost anywhere from 10K all the way upwards to 50 and even 100K per inspection to inspect your large industrial site. At the moment, this is much too costly for industrial companies, especially because the cost of labor continues to rise. Zarare Technologies is helping to bridge this gap. And we're doing so by helping companies build their own autonomous security and site safety workforces. We're building SoraNet Pilot, drone automation platforms, an intelligent layer that sits on top of all integrated drones, sensors, and cameras, helping them to work together autonomously to fulfill your command. So you can speak to Pilot like you would a site manager. You will say, hey, Pilot, are there any unknown vans near warehouse 19? Pilot will reply, deploy drones, and look through sensor and video feeds with AI technology to find the information that you're looking for. It will even report back to you just like a site manager. Now, we're one of the first companies in the UK to get beyond visual line of sight approval from the Civil Aviation Authority. And this enables companies to use aerial drones remotely. We're deployed on top industrial and commercial sites run by Tesco, Goldbeck Solar, and even Home Office prisons in the UK. But it doesn't stop there because we have a very neat network of distribution and installation partners, companies who sell for us and install hardware where needed. And that's really good for us because we can remain a really lean team. And when I say lean team, I mean really, really lean. We're just 2 people, 2 friends, 2 experts. And with just 2 people, we've pulled off this insane traction over the past few months. Right now, we're on a mission to build an S-class team around us, and we're raising £2 million in order to enter new markets across Europe and then even the US as well. So if you're interested in drone automations, please do come speak to me afterwards. Thank you.
1,000 years. Did you know that conventional plastics are made from petroleum and stay in the environment for thousands of years? What's even worse, plastics are related to many health problems. Every one of you in this room ingests 5 grams of microplastics every single week. That's like eating a credit card every week. We're Grail and we're on a mission to change that. In fact, we are the fastest growing plastic alternative on the market today, achieving 5.7 million euros in revenue only 2 years after launch. And we just won a 50 million euro deal. So basically, we use renewable resources coming from agricultural waste and cellulose. Then, through a unique process, we make different plastic-free products. Our products are 100% biodegradable and designed for circularity. Of course, there is competition, but no one has been able to solve sustainability at a reasonable cost. With Grail, we've succeeded to bridge this gap. So far, we achieved these milestones: 5 million euros ARR, more than 200 million products sold, and recently won this 50 million euro deal. On the technical side, we built the technology CapEx light. It is 100% scalable because we are using the existing machines for manufacturing. Also protected by a strong IP portfolio, including multiple patents. And most importantly, we're creating meaningful impact, such as saving a lot of CO2 and water during our process. Our company has been awarded as the Global Tech Innovator among more than 2,000 tech companies worldwide. Last year, we delivered 800,000 euros in revenue per employee. Of course, all of this wouldn't have been possible without having a great team and investors such as Norgen and Atomico. As serial entrepreneurs, my co-founder and I have a proven track record in building tech companies, including Exit and one IPO. My background is from Stanford University in the US and also KTH in Sweden. And now, we just opened our Series A round in order to scale up our production, improve our margins, and dominate the market. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join us in our mission. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you tell me what's at the top of this screen? It's a pretty special image. An image captured by 4 brave humans right about a month ago as part of the Artemis II mission. It's an image from space of a very special planet, planet Earth.
Now, this planet is special because every single human being that you've ever met was born and lived their lives on this planet. In fact, we are on this planet right now. However, we spend most of our time for the past 20 years with our heads in a different world, where we put all of our work, which is the digital world. But this world of documents, spreadsheets, and now AI agents doesn't understand the physical world. Just try asking something as simple as how large is your garden to Claude or ChatGPT. It just doesn't have the tools needed for that, which is pretty sad. And it means that only a fraction, only about 1% of the world's data is being processed. And this is a problem that PanGI is solving. In order to solve these problems right now, you need to have a set of geospatial experts, and maybe some large teams and companies can afford those, and it's already a $100 billion market. But we believe that if we unlock these superpowers to smaller teams and individuals, this market can be even 3 times as big. So what does PanGI actually look like? Now, we have an array of agents to simulate an array and a team of geospatial experts that plug into all of your data and all of your communication systems. They ingest your projects and build an end-to-end transparent and explainable methodology to do even very complex tasks, such as, in this case, a real case that we're working on, an insurance company's analysis of 10 million assets they have in Tokyo. Now, this is not just a demo and a pipe dream. Even though just a year ago, we didn't even exist. We were just an idea at Stanford. Right now, we already have $100,000 of contracts in the bank, and we have $1 million worth of contracts in our pipeline, including a paid demo that we've done at the Department of War. And this is illustrating how we're creating a true geospatial engine and a true digital interface for the physical world for AI agents of the future. Thank you.
Wasn't that cool? Let's hear it one more time for the startups in that category, please. Next time I'm late for a meeting, I will just blame a GPS jammer and my boss will never know. Oh shit, he's sitting over there. On the topic of bosses, I really need you guys to go and buy Deel IT, because otherwise I won't be allowed to present in events like this anymore. Alex, yeah, it's true. They're not joking. And so the next category, sales, marketing, and revenue intelligence, will be stuff I will really want to try, because I really want to be allowed to be on stage again next year. So big round of applause for the first company in this space. Let's hear it for FlyRank AI.
Here are 3 reasons not to invest in FlyRank. Reason number 1, it's just another AI SEO wrapper. Wrong. Ahrefs for research, ClearScope for briefs, Profound for AI visibility. On top of that, a designer and developer for website updates, a freelancer for content, and an agency for strategy. And someone has to manage it all. That is crazy. That's a Frankenstack, and every single one of your portfolio companies runs like this. Reason number 2, brands can't afford a real growth team. Well, with FlyRank, they can. 30 AI agents doing the work of an entire agency. You don't manage them. They just ship across the full workflow, from strategy to content creation, optimization, indexation, and continuous improvement. Symbiotica, one of our first customers, generated over $1 million of revenue with FlyRank alone. That is a 16x return without lifting a finger. And our results since launching last May, over 1 million ARR, 27% quarterly growth, bootstrapped and profitable. Reason number 3, they're a small team. They'll get outspent. I'm Alan, by the way. 5 exits, 3 agencies, 25 years experience in this industry. We didn't research this $100 billion market. We built it, and now we're replacing it. Sequoia recently published a viral thesis. For every dollar spent on software, 6 are spent on services. While everyone here today fights over that $1, FlyRank is going after the 6. We are the autopilot for organic growth. And here's our unfair advantage. We build in Sarajevo, Bosnia. World-class talent isn't just in San Francisco. That is what Deel is all about. In Sarajevo, your million is worth 4. We built this industry, now we're burning it down, and the spark is yours. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ludo. At Leadbay, we qualify millions of data and signal scarce leads that couldn't be found before. Early this year, customers started to tell us 10 minutes on Leadbay beats 6 months with Clay and a go-to-market agency. While everyone shares the same 1% of digital companies generating on-link signals, I launched Leadbay to qualify the remaining 99%. We spent 2 years building qualification for businesses SalesNav, Clay, and ZoomInfo can't see. Plumbers, hotels, restaurants, and any kind of data-scarce companies. In August 2025, Gary Tan, CEO of Y Combinator, called us. You serve enterprise teams prospecting small and medium businesses. SMBs in the US represent 40% of the US GDP, and nobody can help them. This is a $1 billion blue ocean. Come launch in the US. Today, we are pleased to introduce self-improving agents, built on our own inference model for data-scarce companies. Companies can plan your territory in cloud with our MCP. Agents continuously qualify for you, and OpenClaw scales human-grade outreach with one tailored plan per prospect. This is what the future of sales looks like. Since YC Demo Day, we have started to work with global 500 companies like L'Oréal, Saint-Gobain, Gerflor USA, Corgi, or Nespresso B2B. We multiplied by 3 their addressable market and 10x what they define as qualified leads. People's lives will be accelerated by AI, and Leadbay will completely transform what the life of a salesperson looks like. I co-founded Leadbay with Milan, a PhD in AI, to make AI work with limited data. And tomorrow, we will be announcing a 4.3 seed round. AI is an apocalypse, and Leadbay now serves the invisible economies driving our global GDP. Create an account, a new market is yours. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alexis, and I've left 12 million on the table. Who wants to invest? No, I'm joking. So here is my story. First, I was sales at Pigment. It's a $1 billion valuation company during 3 years. You can see I'm the sales mode today. I've been top performer globally during 3 years in a row in that company. I've been one of the first hires, so closing deal from SMB, mid-market, enterprise, and even large enterprise, like you can imagine like multi-million deal. And actually, I can tell you that I was actually spending 80% of my time in 2 things. 1, updating the systems, like updating the Salesforce, updating the Slack, the Notion. And 2, updating the people, like where we stand on a deal, what we need to do today, what needs to happen actually to close that deal. And actually at the end, what? 20% for the prospect, but 20% was also my win rate on a 15 million pipeline generated. And you know what? 20% is also the win rate globally. So it's not just not about me, it's everyone in the Robin enterprise sales, okay? So losing 12 million should not be normal. So that's why we have built Pearl. So just let me put the founder's hat. That's fine. So Pearl, what we do? It's an agentic sales army. Literally, we do 3 things. 1, we actually capture activity from CRM, from mail, from note taking, from transcript. Second, we structure and organize with accounts, opportunities, and we give you a recommendation. And third, we execute. It's literally an army of agents, but not only for your seller, it's also for the whole account team. What I mean by that, I mean pre-sales, sales, managers, VP, and even the CEO. So then everyone know what they have to do every day and execute in that sense to move the deal forward. At Pearl, we are an increasing team of 16 engineers. They mostly come from Criteo, expert in machine learning, recommendations, and we are backed by the best 20 VCs, Station F, Partech, Kima Ventures, but also top player on the market like Salesforce, HubSpot, OpenAI, and Anthropic. And we know that Deel built the future of work, and at Pearl, we are building the future of revenue. Thank you.
Hi. I came into this world with ADHD and autism, and as a child, that led me to that I was stuttering a lot. That led me into writing, then into marketing, then into building distribution systems. And for the last 14 years, because of that, I scaled 2 companies from 1 to 35 and $50 million annually. My first software company, I bootstrapped to 120 employees and 3 continents, and my marketing company to $50 million ARR with a 50% EBITDA margin. I achieved that because I learned how to write words that convert. And this distribution layer became now my latest enterprise called Pressmaster AI. As you can see, we are already a category leader in multiple categories. We have SAP, Salesforce, and 1,800 users as paying clients. And at the heart of it is our digital twin. So every founder, every executive, everyone here in this room has a unique voice, and we map and extract basically your unique insights, the way you think, the way you write, and package this within psychological frameworks that guarantee you to reach the right audience on greater scale. Our ambition is basically to become the rail for distribution, which is a new category similar to what CRMs, like what is Salesforce or HubSpot today. But social media and followers and likes are just half the measure, right? It's in the end about the outcome. And the outcome, we all want followers to turn into leads, into paying clients, into new employees. And this is what we achieve with the rest of our infrastructure. So we deploy outcome-driven agents with unique domain expertise. We have the implicit IP, basically, of our users on board. And you can calibrate everywhere. For enterprises, that means that we actually save them hundreds of thousands of dollars per year by shortening their approval and workflows to mere minutes instead of weeks. Last week, with our latest launch, we already got $4 million in pipeline, and we are on track within the next 19 days to reach 7 million ARR and a net retention revenue within 110 to 120%. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Right now, a rep at a Fortune 500 company is negotiating a $500,000 deal. The prospect asks, how does your integration handle SSO with our existing identity provider? The rep freezes, they don't know, and their sales engineer is 3 time zones away. Naturally, they respond with something like, let me get back to you after the call, and the deal starts dying right there. We built Pepper for exactly this moment. Pepper brings your best sales engineer, your best closer, and your founders on every single call through a live teleprompter-like interface. Hard technical question? Flagged and answered in under a second directly from your knowledge base. If your rep's going off playbook, caught and corrected in real time rather than through any post-call analysis. After every call, Pepper identifies knowledge gaps, drafts new content, and sends it for approval without anyone lifting a finger. Now, your reps get new content in minutes rather than weeks. We're starting in sales enablement. an $8 billion market where virtually every dollar is spent before or after the call. But ask any IT support help desk agent, CSM, or customer support rep, and they'll tell you the same thing, that the knowledge always existed in the company, but was just not in their head at the moment that mattered most. Combined, this is over $100 billion in TAM, and the highest leverage moment of it all, the actual live conversation, is completely untapped. The reason for this is, 2 years ago, AI latency was too high for a product like this to exist. A problem that my co-founder and I spent our masters at Georgia Tech studying. We graduated at just 19, became 2 of the youngest graduate students in school history, and have built and sold 7-figure software companies prior to this product. Despite pivoting to this product just 6 months ago, we're already at over 800K in ARR and are deployed at multiple enterprises with hundreds of sales reps. Everybody that's building in this space is racing to replace the salesperson, but we think that's the wrong bet. We don't see a future in which an 8-figure enterprise software deal is negotiated solely by a chatbot. Pepper doesn't replace their human sales reps. It makes each and every one of them superhuman. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Before starting ScaleStack, I worked at enterprises like AWS. And it was there that I, in shock, observed as in large companies, go-to-market data is generally bad. And this is a problem because we are now implementing AI, which is hungry for data. And if you think that the future enterprise will be run by agents alongside humans, the need for this reliable layer of data is getting higher. And the system doesn't exist yet. And that's why we're building this system of intelligence on top of the system of record. ScaleStack is supporting customers like Redis to finally get reliable data all the time for humans and agents alike in their systems, or Typeform to enrich, prioritize millions of forms every month, or Astronomer grow faster because they can finally have all of the data in their system of record available and correct. ScaleStack is autonomous infrastructure for enterprise. It is not like an individual productivity tool like Clay, but it's an invisible layer that sits on top of the CRM or on top of the data layer before the activation layer to make sense, correct, improve, and make good data available everywhere. And companies of all types, but like really great companies, are trusting ScaleStack with this system of intelligence. And by the way, we closed another enterprise deal since New York, which was great. But go-to-market is just the starting point for us. We think that the system of intelligence will be needed across go-to-market, HR, finance, and other areas of the enterprise that need to fix the system of records so that it can always have good data for humans and agents alike. And this is why we think that every company will need this intelligent infrastructure that connects across your data, your tools, and you can build agents on top. And this is ScaleStack, autonomous infrastructure for the enterprise. Thank you.
There is a big shift happening right now. AI tools like Claude or ChatGPT are quickly becoming a primary systems where all work happens: coding, design, legal. But when it comes to digital advertising, a trillion-dollar industry, there is a gap. Ask the same AI to manage your ads today, and it will confidently waste your budget. And not because models are bad, but because AI simply doesn't know which ads are truly driving your sales, how they will perform in the future, or where the next invested dollar will actually deliver the highest return. And that's exactly where Segment Stream comes in. We've built an advanced marketing measurement engine that any AI agent can plug into and get reliable data and specialized expert skills. So now any marketer can finally use their AI to optimize ads with full confidence in data and recommendations underneath. Today, our engine already powers over $100 million in ad spend for leading startups and enterprises. No more wasting hours in reports, guessing what to do next, or jumping between ad platforms to make changes manually. With Segment Stream, everything happens in a single conversation, and not just analysis, action. We've proven it works, and deeply believe that every team deserves this. So now we're looking for partners to scale. I'm Oleg, a co-founder of Segment Stream. We give an AI, funny, we give an AI a marketing measurement brain, so the next $1 trillion in advertising won't be wasted. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Awesome. Hello, everyone. As we begin, where's the CEO of Kai AI? Kai AI CEO? We need to talk. Did you know you have a $65 million pipeline with US government, state, and local agencies this year alone? And yet, you and 90% of the companies in this room will never pursue a government contract. And the reason is selling to the government is slow, painful, and bureaucratic. In fact, a B2B company that enter this market, they need tools, they need consultants, they need RFP writers, they need compliance firms. You're gonna burn $300,000 before you even know if you can win. The US public sector is a $2 trillion closed market built for incumbents, keeping great companies out. We are Sled AI. We are on a mission to open this market, building the B2G revenue engine for B2B companies, so any great company can access this $2 trillion market. Now, here's the part that people miss. Procurement data is public. Every contract, every vendor, every bid, every pricing decision, it's all out there, but it's buried under 90,000 disconnected government systems and government portals. We unify the data and build a system that identifies with high accuracy the companies that can win those government contracts but don't. Not because they lack the infrastructure, because they lack the capability to compete. They don't have the infrastructure to compete. For those companies, we don't sell software, we don't sell tools, we run the entire and take over the entire process end to end and generate government revenue for them. We win when they win. Let's take, for example, the cleanup group, a pressure washing business in Florida, $2 million in annual revenues, never touched an RFP. In 6 months, we almost doubled the revenue. Or Hawk Media, a $30 million marketing agency, tried to enter this market for years. In 9 months, we already generated them $1.2 million in new government revenues. In total, with a team of just 8 people, we already unlocked for our partners over $100 million. We are folding an entire industry of intermediaries into a single layer of execution. Thank you very much.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi. I'm Dan, co-founder and CEO of Topo. On the left side, you can see what sales prospecting looked like 40 years ago. And on the right side, here is how it looked like today. B2B outbound sales is definitely broken. To do modern outbound, sales teams are using an average of 6 tools to find the right person at the right moment and send them the right message. Second problem, 70% of rep time isn't spent on selling. Reps are doing searches, building lists and sequences, while they need to call and close customers. And third, the results are just very bad. They simply don't know how to do. That's why we built Topo. We are building three things. First, the infrastructure layer, an all-in-one outbound platform designed natively to be agentic to do everything you need around outbound. Secondly, the execution layer, an AI agent that is here to work alongside each of your reps to monitor signals, find leads, and contact them. And third, a service layer, a team of outbound experts that are here to train and coach our customers on how to do outbound. That's outbound made simple. We launched 18 months ago and went from 0 to 1.6 million in ARR with 100 customers split between Europe and the US. And our goal will be to reach 4 million in ARR by the end of the year. We are going after a huge market of 3 million of B2B SMBs and mid-market in North America and Europe. And we want to kill Apollo, ZoomInfo, Outreach, and SalesLoft with an AI version of what they do. Before Topo, I personally led sales at Aircall from 10 to 100 million in ARR. That's where I met one of my co-founder, Robin, that was head of outbound there. And my co-founder and CTO, Leo, was head of engineering in a 10 million ARR startup. We are already backed by the best, like Kima Ventures and Y Combinator, and we'd love to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Okay, so after that round of pitches, I am a little bit more confident. We'll keep smashing targets, loads of things to try. Next up is cybersecurity, legal, and compliance. Areas that are close to me, not only because I ran cyber internally at Deel, but also because I married a lawyer. And by osmosis, that makes me a legal expert too, because I know a few legalese words. But jokes aside, let's have a big round of applause for Clio, the first company in this stage. Welcome.
The problem we are solving is invisible, but it's everywhere in this room. So look around you. We have around 2,000 products, and every one of them survives a compliance nightmare. I'm Naomi, AI engineer, and let me explain you why this matters. So from your cup of coffee to this whole building, every company faces the same broken compliance process. It's the same broken process for a Shopify seller. It's the same broken process for a big industry. And it's the same broken process for a 60 billion company in the world. And we, at Clio, it's a broken process we decided to tackle. So if you're in the industry and want to launch a product, you have three questions in mind. First question, which regulation apply and when do they change? It's the question Philippine from Decathlon asked herself when she launched a sunscreen in 60 different countries. So she talked with 60 different legal consultants, she checked about 300 regulations, and at the end, she decided to do 3 different sunscreens, one for the European market, one for the Japanese market, and one for the US market. Second question, have I passed the right certification? If you are Janzu, so a small company selling gas between Kazakhstan and Dubai, you ask this question every day because it's a highly certified market, so he has to pass dozens of certification for just one bottle of gas. And next month, he got stuck at the border for 2 weeks because he didn't get the right certification. And each day, it's thousands of euros lost. Third question, are my papers ready for custom everywhere? So that's the question James, working at Boeing, is asking every day, especially for the first aid kit do you have in each plane? Because if you miss one document, so the whole plane stay on the ground, and each day is 50K per day lost. So free industry, free product, and the same pain, and we at Clio are aiming to be the operating system for product compliance. Because this problem is global. So we track 106 countries, 25,000 of regulation in order to fulfill this compliance cost. We build a multi-agent AI that tracks the right regulation to the right product and
Going global is the norm, but the moment you open a second entity, like our customers here, you inherit a tax and legal mess that compounds with every hire and every invoice. For example, you need to maintain profitability in one country, transfer cash compliantly between two others. All of it has to be audit ready. So today that looks like a law firm in each country, tax advisors on top, but all of them limiting their liability and forcing you to coordinate the chaos. And that's because the real expertise is locked up inside the Big Four, and it's only accessible to the biggest companies in the world who pay millions every year to access it. Caribou is the first autonomous tax firm. No drawn-out interviews, no months of back and forth. You integrate your HR and finance systems, and in the background, we shape out your business, every entity, every process, every employee, so we can track for changes. We use that context to protect you from accidental tax risks, to check your transfer pricing requirements, and to surface legal risks you didn't know you had. But we don't just stop at a report. We direct your accountants, we set up the legal agreements, and we implement the fix ourselves. So we've turned a already 8-week engagement into 3 hours, and in the process, helped our 95 customers save hundreds of thousands in legal fees and tax bills with a tax team of 2. That's why in Q1, we already grew more than in all of last year, organically. Our customers sharing their accountants and who, after working with us, share more customers. That's a global network of 200 and growing. And our data also compounds. 150 plus engagements with complex setups and decisions, tax legislation from 90 countries, all encoded into our product. But our vision is much broader than this. Tax services is a $35 billion industry that is completely controlled by the Big Four, but we're taking them on. To do that, you need to understand businesses in a really detailed way, and luckily that is exactly what we've built. Our infrastructure allows us to understand businesses where only humans could in the past. All this from a team of 9.
Did you know that 60% of your portfolio companies are going to face a cyber attack or a compliance breach in the next 12 months? The underserved 95% have no IT team and basically no protection. These companies are facing enterprise-level threats, ransomware, malware, and now AI-powered attacks. But every security product has been created for big companies with dedicated teams. The market hasn't kept up. This is why we built Cyber.ai, the first autonomous cybersecurity and compliance engine built for the non-technical business owner who can install it in under 5 minutes. We deliver a virtual CISO that protects against both traditional and AI-powered attacks, using our behavioral EDR, cloud security, and automated compliance, all in one platform. We are Microsoft and Apple approved, CIS certified, and we have been voted into the best apps of Switzerland. We recently started at 90,000 ARR and raised the 750,000 seed round. Our early customers include brands like BDO, KFC, and direct-to-channel. We are going after a $100 billion plus market with our unfair advantage, 10 years of proprietary threat intelligence data, and a Swiss zero-knowledge architecture. Our team is built to execute. I scaled and exited Numerix to 13 million ARR, and my co-founder Hekran, with 25 years of experience in cybersecurity and the proprietary data that actually fuels our AI. Together, we are building the security operating system for the next 15 years, where AI is going to power every company. Thank you very much.
2 years ago, a New York lawyer was sanctioned by a federal court for citing 6 fake court cases, all invented by ChatGPT. That's when we realized AI in law doesn't have a model problem, it has an infrastructure problem. My name is Kyriaki, I am a lawyer, and we're building the AI my profession can finally trust. Silex is the first legal tech from EPFL. We are a team of 16. My co-founder and CTO, Thomas, that is here with me today, is one of Europe's top AI experts. I am a lawyer, honorary member of the bar, and lecturer at university. Legal professionals spend a big part of their time doing legal research. They try AI and one answer in 3 is wrong. Why? Because legal AI today is built on broken foundation. Fragmented data, unstructured sources, generic models dressed as legal tools. They hallucinate, they break confidentiality, and they cannot be trusted. So instead of building another AI tool, we're rebuilding the entire foundation. Silex is the infrastructure layer for legal intelligence, a system where legal knowledge is structured, validated, fully traceable, and follows legal reasoning, not just text generation. We also offer Silo to turn internal data into a strategic asset. We control the entire stack: proprietary database, proprietary models, building legal knowledge graph, and neurosymbolic reasoning. We've moved retrieval from 51 to 87%. Our output is not probably correct, but legally reliable. This is exactly why Harvey AI clients and Legora clients are using Silex to perform their legal research. This slide is not up to date because we are growing every day. We have reached 968K in ARR in less than 9 months. Fingers crossed we reach 1 million by the end of the week or next week. 863 institutions are using Silex. Over 2,000 legal professionals are in trial, representing an additional of 2 million ARR to be converted. We are growing 230% quarter over quarter, so on track to exceed our goal of 2 million ARR by the end of the year. We have top-tier clients and amazing client feedback, like the Swiss Deputy Attorney General saying he's blown away by the quality of Silex. Regarding the roadmap, we are quickly becoming the leader in the Swiss market. We've closed an oversubscribed pre-seed funding round in December last year, and we are planning the next round by the end of the year to power European launch and then the US. Thank you.
Every year, hundreds of billions of dollars in cross-border deals are delayed, repriced, or quietly killed by the same thing: a notary. I'm Aida Lutai, founder and CEO of Legidify, and we're building the global trust layer to fix that. Global business runs on software. Notarization runs off paper. Over 180 countries with each its own set of notarial guidance, its own set of rules and statutes, its own way of validating whether a document is correct and can be used legally cross-border. There's no Stripe for this, no global rail for this. We're building that. One platform, end-to-end, for both notarization and apostille. Simplified workflows. For businesses, deals can be done in minutes, not weeks. For users, notarization from anywhere. And for notaries, actually a borderless client base, which they will never see from their local office. And the numbers speak for itself. The names that pay us tell the story. Citco, Revolut, Demag Group, just some of the companies that use our solution. The procurement teams of some of the most legally regulated institutions chose us to help them with this at scale. Under those names, thousands of users across 50 jurisdictions around the world. Already 560,000 euros in revenues, 1.2 million in qualified pipeline, including an international law firm, a large neobank, and a data infrastructure unicorn, just to name a few. Why we will win? Local incubates can copy what we do. We built cross-border from day one. Every workflow, every rule that our compliance engine uses assumes multi-jurisdiction from day one. Stripe made it trivial to move money across borders. Wise to move currency. Deel to move work. Legidify will make it trivial to move legal authority across borders. In Paris, we'll go global. Back us, and we will take the world with you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Babette. I'm the co-founder of Nemesis, and today I would like to talk to you about a game. I don't know if you know the game, it's called Go. It's a very complicated Chinese game. And I don't know if you remember this, but in 2016, 10 years ago, Lee Sedol got beaten at his own game. He's an 18-time world champion, and he got beaten by AlphaGo, a computer program, at its own game. Now, the interesting thing here isn't that a human got beaten by a computer program. The interesting thing here is how it happened. Because AlphaGo didn't study human games to gain its knowledge, it studied itself. In fact, it played itself millions of times in an environment with clear rules, measurable outcomes, and finite actions. And at some point, AlphaGo started creating moves that no human had ever seen, and it started creating data that didn't even exist before AlphaGo existed. Now, let's move this story 10 years forward to 2026, to the field of cybersecurity and to my company, Nemesis. Here, the question is no longer whether an AI can beat a human, because that battle is kind of already lost. The question is here whether your AI beats their AI. And to have an AI, you have to train it, again, in an environment with clear rules, finite actions, and measurable outcomes. And you could say that in cybersecurity, all the rules for an AlphaGo style of self-play are already fulfilled. The only thing that is still missing is the playing board. So we decided to create it, and it's called Nemesis. Nemesis is a fully operational breach and attack simulation platform that is in production today. That means we have paying customers, a network of committed MSSP partners, and that also means that we are raising a 5 million round to scale our competitive advantage into becoming the first breach and attack simulation platform that is actually changing and adapting its attacks to its environment with reinforcement learning. Because we believe that the companies that will survive in this era are not the companies with the best tools or the best people, but are the companies with the best trained AI. And we believe that the window for that is open now. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Nuri from Superlegal. We're the AI law firm for small and medium businesses. We provide SMBs with the fastest, easiest, and most cost-effective way to negotiate contracts. Small businesses don't have legal teams, but they still handle a lot of legal issues every day. When you think about it, the risk of a deal is much greater for an SMB than an enterprise. If the deal doesn't close, they can miss their quota. If the deal terms are bad, they can even lose their business. And despite that, SMBs don't have a good solution right now to get expert, cost-effective legal services. They're too niche for hiring for a law firm, and they're too small to open an in-house legal team. So they end up doing the work on their own with their non-lawyer executives, or paying too much money and getting very mediocre legal service. AI is changing all of that. It's basically a perfect fit for the challenges that these companies face. They need to review a lot of repetitive contracts and need to do so quickly and affordably. We built Superlegal to solve this problem. We're an AI law firm built from the ground up with proprietary AI, a special license to practice law in the US, client-facing software to give our customers a digital experience, and an operational layer to combine AI with human attorney supervision. This all translates to very clear value proposition for SMBs. We're highly affordable, very quick. We're tuned for every vertical, and we have a human in the loop layer to keep us human. As of today, Super Legal Services, over 100 customers doing business confidently. That's $2 million of ARR, $24,000 ACV, 70% gross margin with the human in the loop layer, and we're selling rapidly fast at a 21-day sales cycle. We're extremely excited about the difference we can make for these small businesses, giving them access to affordable legal services for the first time. Please join us if you're interested in making the lives of SMBs better and making a real impact on how SMBs conduct business. Thank you so much.
Hundreds of thousands of fatalities are recorded each year due to fake and counterfeit medicines. As a result, regulatory authorities have made it mandatory for companies to track every single unit of medicines that they make and ship. Traceability, compliance, and anti-fraud deadline is the new and urgent regulatory pain. Compliance teams and operations are frustrated by barcode solutions and QR code-based solutions that just don't work, or hologram stickers and other stickers that are easier to counterfeit than the medicines that they protect. This is why we created Valid Proof, an AI-powered traceability compliance automation for manufacturing and packaging operations. Here is how it works. Simply pick up the medicine, tap it with your phone, and Valid Proof will provide its proof of origin, proof of authenticity, and its supply chain traceability required information. At a starting price of 0.008 cents, our customers pay us using volume discounting method. Our vision is to create and enable traceability for 1 trillion product items within 5 years. And we are already on the way to making this happen. Since participating in the Berlin regionals, we've grown our revenue from $500,000 to $2 million within 2 weeks. Our team combines experience from working in artificial intelligence, working with multinationals like Procter & Gamble, Roche Pharmaceuticals, Novartis to build Valid Proof. We're raising $1.5 million to reach the 90 million items on platform. We're looking for investors to help us grow Valid Proof and ensure that we can accelerate Valid Proof with a Valid Proof. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it one more time for the last category. We have 8 pitches to go in the next category before you guys get caffeinated. I know, right? But honestly, the energy is still here. I was expecting the volume of the clapping to decrease, but it hasn't, so please keep it up with every single startup. And let's welcome on stage CD Hub, the first company in the fintech payments and insurance space. Thank you.
Trading has everything to become a sport. But in a world where basketball has the NBA, tennis the ATP, and gaming esport leagues, what about trading? Nothing. Retail trading is exploding across every asset class. From stocks to prediction markets, leverage trading, and crypto, it represents now 36% of all US order flow, powered by platforms like Robinhood, Revolut, or Binance. I'm pretty sure you all know someone who traded GameStop, someone who made money on Poly Markets, or even someone who put money on PSG versus Arsenal for the upcoming final. It's all trading now. And it's becoming the biggest game ever, except this game runs 24/7 and has 1 billion players. Look at it. Trading already has the intensity of sports and everything a sport needs: competition, pressure, and performance. And it already started. This trading event was in South Korea last year and generated 100 million views. The market already has venues. What it lacks is a competition layer that makes trading social, visible, and viral. City Hub is that layer. We are building the world's largest trading competition platform across all financial markets. And we're starting with crypto, where trading adoption has been the fastest lately. We turn trading from a solitary activity into a social and gamified experience. For exchanges and partners, that means stronger engagement and community. For traders, it means status, income, and a reason to come back. Hi, I'm Gabriel, co-founder of City Hub. We found product market fit a year ago, and since then, we've run campaigns for over 150 token clients. In the last 6 months, we signed our first exchange, Crypto.com, and last month, Kraken, to run their trading competitions. This is the first step toward a simple goal: becoming the competition layer for every exchange. We multiplied by 25 our revenue last year, and we are now targeting 15 million this year. We are not building another trading venue. We are building the place that will make trading become a true sport. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mohammed. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SmartBricks, and we're building the intelligence layer for global real estate investing. $12 million. SmartBricks is already generating $12 million in annualized run rate, having launched less than 2 years ago and becoming one of the fastest growing prop techs of all time. And we don't just grow fast, we grow incredibly efficiently. We've 5x revenue over the last year. We grow 20% month over month, and with over 80% gross margins. Real estate is the largest asset class in the world. Yet despite this, it is one of the lowest returning asset classes in the world. We're building proprietary AI models to completely flip this narrative on its head. SmartBricks is a full stack AI native investment engine, helping both retail and institutional investors outperform global real estate markets. And already, our AI models are outperforming all industry benchmarks, and more importantly for our customers, that means outperformance, where we're helping our customers up to 3x market average returns across global real estate markets. And our team is our differentiator. We've invested billions into real estate at the likes of Blackstone. We've scaled multiple prop techs to unicorn status, and we've been both professors and PhDs in exactly this topic: applied AI for real estate. We've raised a $5 million pre-seed led by Andreessen Horowitz, with participation from 500 Global, Techstars, as well as Harvard's Endowment Fund, as well as angels from OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google's DeepMind. And now we're raising over $10 million in an oversubscribed round, with participation from Andreessen as well as Excel. We're SmartBricks. We're reimagining how the world invests into real estate, brick by brick. Come speak to us to learn more. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. A 55-year-old widow from Munich was about to wire her life savings to a Dutchman she met online. He told her he loves her. Truth is, he was a trafficked worker at one of Myanmar's scam compounds. So she buys crypto for the first time in her life on an exchange and hits the send button. Now, luckily, that exchange was a client of ours. We managed to detect the transaction in real time and block it. We also learned that it was a money mule. with an account at a French neobank. That account was blocked that same day. Now that story is no longer unusual. $40 billion were stolen and laundered in hacks and scams. Fintechs and banks are stepping into crypto only to find out that risk is a balance sheet issue. I actually just spoke with Anthony, the Chief Compliance Officer of Deel, who told me about the hardships of dealing with crypto payments, not to mention agentic payments that are about to hit every financial institution. That's where Cyverse comes in. We are the institutional grade threat prevention layer for digital assets. One platform, 3 engines: security, fraud, and compliance. And it's all based on our proprietary AI models. We are the firewall that stops threats before they happen. $500 billion secured in client funds. $800 million prevented, I repeat, prevented in potential client losses. Binance, Ledger, Crypto.com are among our clients. We have caught the biggest hack in history, $1.5 billion. By the way, true story, I was the one that called the founder at 3 a.m. He didn't believe me at first. And perhaps the fact that I'm most proud of is the fact that we saved 150,000 people from becoming victims, including that lady from Munich. We are serial entrepreneurs with prior exit experience and 11 AI patents. That team that has already proven we saved 150,000 people from becoming victims, including that lady from Munich. We are serial entrepreneurs with prior exit experience and 11 AI patents. That's the team that has already proven it can block the next billion-dollar headline.
What is up, Paris?
What's up, guys? Hi.
My name is Tamer Gamali.
And I'm Yusuf.
And we're co-founders at Chem. Chem means how much in Arabic, and we're building one of the first stable coins to cover the whole MENA region.
Yeah. So we have UPI to India, we have GCash to the Philippines, and we are capturing one of the largest remittance channels in the world.
We also have the very first Bahraini dinar stable coin issuance license, and banking in the Gulf is hard. Sending transfers locally and abroad is expensive, it's slow, and there are so many improvements that we could make. These improvements would reach up to 300 million people in the region, which the banks just currently aren't serving. We also have the very first Sharia-compliant crypto credit card in the Middle East, and for some of our customers, this is the very first card they've ever received.
And now they can spend stablecoins anywhere. We're also backed by one of the largest private fintech investors in the world, Tether. We were the only investment in the region. We were the first investment. And they had our seed round. They took the full round. And now, as we are raising our extension round, Tether has committed $1 million to it. And as we are raising the remaining amount to continue spreading adoption of stablecoins in the Middle East, we proceed with expanding USDT and other stablecoins on the Middle East. Our goal is to make sure that line cooks, servers, and construction workers in the region they have access to the financial products.
So help us, join us on this journey to revolutionize finance in the region and increase accessibility to financial products. And at Chem, we always take every marketing opportunity we can. We have a live stream going on right now with 20,000 viewers. All the viewers, drop your Chem username in the chat below to enter the draw for Thursday's 200 Kuwaiti dinar drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Every institutional allocator in Europe and the US is having the same conversation right now. The LPs wants digital asset exposure, but risk committees are still saying no. Billions of dollars are sitting in the sidelines. I'm Kim, CEO and co-founder of Icana, and I'm going to explain you how we're fixing that. First of all, three forces just converged. The first one, 170 plus billion in spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Institutional demand is clearly here, sophistication is not. We have MiCA live in Europe. Regulation is no longer the blocker, it's the enabler. And finally, we have AI that's compressing quant research 100 times. Icana has been the first company in Spain to obtain the MiCA license for discretionary portfolio management, unlocking the whole European market. So every institutional allocator has the following wish list: systematic and risk-managed trading strategies, non-custodial, auditable, repeatable, and MiCA compliant. This is what they get. They get OTC manual desks, retail brokers, crypto-native offshore funds, or do-it-yourself. No quant teams, no infrastructure. The gap is huge. Icana is the first AI-native quant risk engine. So we run 24/7 quant models integrated directly into our customers' venues. Their funds never leaves their custody. We are an onshore regulated technical team. So this is our mode, our AI agentic workflow that turns research from weeks to minutes. We ship alpha faster than any research and trading team in Europe. Also, note that YC this winter 26 was explicitly seeking for AI native hedge funds. We've been building one for the last 18 months, and the market has noticed. We've grown 12x in the last 18 months, managing around 10 million, and right now we're targeting the institutional segment. So we have more than 100 million in institutional pipeline coming from tier 1 US asset managers, Bitcoin treasuries, global banks. The team. So we are building this team, mathematicians, physicists, engineers. We have 4 PhDs coming from Accenture, Goldman Sachs, Citadel, Credit Suisse. And we've been funded for 1.7 million from Harfeld, K-Fund, family offices, but also angels from JP Morgan, Millennium, and BCG. So institutional crypto adoption isn't an if anymore, it's a how, and Icana is the how. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Chan, and I'm going to be talking to you guys about tariffs. So trade compliance is broken. When I was at Tesla, I was part of a 20-person team that handled $500 million in duties and fines. And we found out at the end of the year that 25% of it was avoidable. What's happening? We're overpaying, and the government, we're just donating money to them. When we underpay, we're getting fined and paying multiple times of what that typical fine should have been. And that is the problem we're trying to solve. From the last time I pitched at Singapore, which was less than a week ago, tariffs changed again. 10% global tariffs have been repealed by Donald Trump, and the work has gotten harder for trade professionals in the world for maybe the 100th and 20th time in the last year. And that is what we're trying to solve. So who are the founders? My name is Chan. I'm the guy on your left, and that's my co-founder, Roland. We've been neighbors for 10 years. We went to high school together, we went to college together, and we were part of the Y Combinator fall batch together. I found out about this problem during my work at Michelin, Porsche, Tesla, and Lucid, and it was expensive and problematic every single time. Roland is just a nerd who likes programming and has been at Plaid, Roblox, and Google. So what do? We supercharge trade professionals. To get all of this research on your screen, our users typed in 2 things, the words glass fuse, and uploaded a commercial invoice. From that, we get the HTS code, which tells you how to decipher the tariffs. We calculate the tariffs and give you lines and lines of reasoning on why that is defensible. For our US users, we work with the CBP to remain compliant to their general rules of interpretation. Our users in Saudi Arabia, we're integrated with Zatka. In China, that is the GACC. And no matter where in the world we are, we remain compliant. And defensible is the main word here. So the way that fines work is that the government issues them, and they change their mind very often. There's no right or wrong in this industry. There is just acceptable and not acceptable, and that they change their minds on that every other month. So when you are fined, we get that fine, and we break it down and tell you why what we did is correct. We quote the government right back to them. We search databases with historical disputes between importers and the government, and basically tell them what we can do. We have hit 300,000 ARR in 6 months, me solo selling, and we take a part of the fines that we save. And we're very good at saving fines. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Restaurants fail not because their food is bad. They fail because they cannot get two things: cash to grow their business and new customers. Whenever a restaurant needs cash to open a new branch or to do some renovations, all the solutions available to them are not good. They bring an investor in, they get diluted. They go to a bank, they'll get a refusal. They go to a cash advance or revenue-based financing, it will cost them a fortune. Separately, whenever most restaurants do not know how to use today's technology to attract new customers. That's not their expertise. We built Mezza to solve these two pain points. We give upfront capital to restaurants, debt-free and equity-free, in exchange of food and beverage credit. We then sell this credit to high LTV diners. Concretely, how does it work? Assuming a restaurant makes $2 million revenue, we'll give them $100,000 cash upfront and we'll receive $200,000 in restaurant credit. We then sell this $200,000 in credit for $150,000 to consumer. Consumer pay $150, they eat for $200. Mezza is making a 50% spread on every dollar it gives to a restaurant. Restaurant get capital now, new customer tomorrow, and it's highly profitable for them because their food cost is only 25%. We recently launched in Dubai in January. We have more than 40 restaurants live with us. 72% of the funds that we gave to restaurants was already collected back in 4 months. Our GMV is at 400K, growing at 400K annually, growing at 40% month over month. We are launching the US with Miami as our first city next quarter. Our biggest asset is our team. We are second-time founders. We sold our first company, Como, to Fortune 500 US company Global Payment. Como is used by 10,000 restaurants in 41 countries. We have a proven playbook in this. We know the ecosystem very well. It's the same customer, the same partner, the same distribution channel, but with a business model that allows us to make 30 times more revenue per restaurant. When Mezza will have 10,000 restaurants, we'll be making $500 million revenue. We use AI in many aspects in our business, but unlike many startups, AI won't kill our business. People will still go to restaurants and save money. Thank you.
Mic check, 1, 2. Do you know what's insane? Somehow it was easier for me to start a crypto company than it was for me to get a bank account. And when we looked around, it wasn't just us facing this issue. Thousands of businesses, from offshore companies in the Caymans and the BVI to import-export businesses in LATAM, all have to duct tape financial service providers just to build the financial stack necessary to run their day-to-day operations. A lot of these companies, they hold up a holding company, an operating company. Now they make payments between the two, doubling their accounting, taxes, bookkeeping. Maybe they have a supplier they have to pay in crypto, so now they need a wallet, an exchange, an off-ramp, and I'm getting stressed just talking about it. But instead of going to therapy for my PTSD, I decided to start OneSafe, one platform that provides more options than the pastries you can get at a Paris boulangerie. We have virtual IBANs and local currency transfers in a variety of jurisdictions, corporate cards, crypto as a first-class citizen, so you never have to look at that Frankenstack again. And businesses on OneSafe have moved over $1 billion in transaction volume without us ever spending a penny on marketing. But I think it's more interesting to tell you about the use cases, about how we have Cayman Island foundations that no longer have to do financial gymnastics just to pay their day-to-day expenses. Real-world asset companies that can use one platform to source liquidity on-chain, deploy it in the real world, take those returns, and settle that balance on a smart contract, all through OneSafe. But the most interesting use case are the companies that don't know they're touching crypto at all, like the dev shop in Latin America that can finally invoice their clients in euros and pay out their contractors in Brazil without ever having heard of a stablecoin. Because as the world advances and becomes more global, the line between a Web 2 company and a Web 3 company disappears. And every company that exchanges goods and services will be a Web 3 company, not because of conviction, but because of convenience. Because crypto is just the most efficient way to transfer value. And we at OneSafe, we're not waiting for that world. We're building it invisibly, one business at a time. Thank you very much.
All right, this was pitch number 60 out of 84 that we have lined up. We have a 25 to 30 minute coffee break, so go get your caffeine and I will see you guys here in 25 minutes. Thank you. in this category. And let's, everyone at the back, can you guys come and sit down, please? Hello? People chit-chatting at the back. Can you guys sit down, please, for the founders? Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, so Zeely, first in the consumer creator and commerce category. Welcome on stage.
Hi there, my name is Alina and I am the co-founder of Zeely, an AI marketing intelligence platform that helps create, launch, and scale ads with AI to help small businesses grow like big brands. Today, we're the fastest growing company in our category, growing by 6 times year over year, and we've just got our $60 million in ARR. Only in the US, there are more than 30 million small and micro business owners, and most of them still struggle with creating high-performing ads because it's still very expensive, slow, and very manual. That is why we created Zeely, and this is the place where you can run your full performance marketing cycle in one place. So how Zeely works, Zeely analyzes your brand and your products and creates ready-to-launch advertising creatives, such as AI UGC ads, image ads. You can clone any ad you want, and you can also generate variations for your bidding creatives, like hundreds in a few clicks. And we drop new releases of features and content every single week. Also, we are always adding new generative models that are top leading on the market to our platform. And one more thing is that you can do on Zeely is also launch ads in one interface on Meta and on TikTok. Then you can also analyze your creative performance so that there is full performance marketing cycle on one platform. What makes Zeely special is that because of direct integrations with advertising platform, we have a massive pool of data that makes our generation one of the most effective on the market. Today, we power more than 100,000 paid customers from 1,000 different industries with one of the best retention rate on the market. Before building Zeely, we had experience building of 8 years marketing and development outsourcing agency, helping thousands of micro and small businesses. Our business model is SaaS, and we have different tiers of subscriptions. The biggest proof of Zeely is that we use Zeely to power our own marketing, and last quarter we generated 14,000 creatives for our own marketing. We grow with paid acquisition, organic flows, and also with influencer marketing. And this is how we've grown during the last few months. And our goal for this year is to get $150 million ARR.
Okay, so do you know how much money your family spent on subscriptions last month? Oh, and do you know all your family members' plans and activities this week? No? And what should we cook for dinner tonight? Well, that is exactly how it is to run a family. Because running a family is a full-time job, and millions of parents out there, including you guys, are managing family life through 10 to 15 different disconnected apps. Life360, for example, they built a billion-dollar company based on GPS tracking alone. And that's just one piece. No one is serving the entire life cycle. So me and my brother, we decided to build that. My name is Ida Stjernström, and I'm one of the founders of Famnest. Famnest brings everything together into one place. So think of schedules, finances, health, documents, anything your family needs. And it's all assisted by Mary, your family's AI assistant. So going back to those questions in the beginning, just let her do the work. You can ask her, show me every subscription we have in our family. show me the entire family's schedule, or even create a meal plan based on everyone's allergies. She knows your entire family. We launched 3 months ago, and since the London pitch, the numbers have increased significantly. Our users have created more than 48,000 calendar events, and the average engagement time is more than 22 minutes. This means that our users, they are not just signing up, they are putting in real data, and they are coming back. The pricing model, well, it's free to use, pay, and you unlock it all. And we have very, very natural partnerships opportunities, such as banks, insurance companies, health providers, and even pet companies. The strongest product market fit indicator is that more than 60% of our users put FunNest on their home screen. Think of that. We're sitting next to apps like WhatsApp and Instagram, and we're just 3 months in. So download FunNest today and start organizing your family life. Thank you.
Hi guys. There are 20 million food content creators who upload video recipes on social media. 2 billion people use it, and 2 million brands sells ingredients to it. But still, only 4% of the food content creators make money out of it. The question is why? Because the journey between video to dinner is broke. You need ingredients, and it's almost impossible to execute a dish from a 20-second TikTok short. So we fix it. Creators connect their Instagram accounts, import their video recipes, and our AI does the rest, transforming each video recipe into a flawless flow where users can order ingredients and have a step-by-step cooking experience, unblocking 4 revenue streams for creators. We launched it 9 months ago, enrolled 100 creators, 40,000 users, and partnered up with Kaufland for groceries and Volt for delivery. We monetize brands, grocery, delivery, and we share it with creators. Brands gets ingredient exposure level on each video recipe with a live call to action of sales. It's not a banner, it's a buy button inside every dish. This is our second startup together, and we are backed by Cosmin, founding partner of InstaShop, and Nikos, president of Coca-Cola Europe. In just 2 months test, we generated 60K in revenue. And I have only one question for you. What do you cook tonight? Thank you.
Okay, you take a picture. I can't speak. I don't like to speak. We like to ship. Take a picture. We'll fund your next trip to Singapore. You send me this today. Visit us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've been spending most of my life living out of a carry-on suitcase, and after visiting over 75 countries, one thing has become really clear to me. For the last 20 years, traveling for consumers has largely been unchanged. Today, booking travel still means dealing with search bars, filters, and endless results. And when something hits the fan, like a canceled flight, a visa issue, or a misconnection, when it sounds like some people from Dubai may have encountered this past weekend, no one is really there for you. The only people who consistently have a great travel experience are people who can afford to have someone else do everything for them. We're changing that. My name is Stanley. I'm the founder of Soar, and we're building a personal travel companion that understands how you travel to help you book and manage trips like an expert travel advisor would for you. When I was 17, I moved to China and built the first American engineering team at DJI, which is now the largest drone company in the world. I've shipped consumer products from seed to Series B, and most recently went on leave of absence from my machine learning master's at Cornell Tech to put everything I have into Soar. Soar understands exactly how you travel in 60 seconds from your inbox. Everything from loyalty, price sensitivity, behaviors and patterns that would take an existing travel agent years to understand. And with that data, we help you plan, book, and manage travel in real time. And because we're connected to your inbox, even if you're not booking with us, regardless, we are there to help you. So imagine you're on your way to Paris to win $1 million for your company, and your flight is canceled. You don't need to tell Soar. It sees it's canceled, it's rerouting you, and it's finding you a hotel near the venue to get you ready. We want to make travel as easy as possible for consumers and remove the stress that so many of us have dealt with and just got accustomed to. Since starting this, I've organically onboarded over 3,000 beta users, including some of the largest content creators and celebrities in our space. And I've also raised an angel round recently backed by the former CEO of Expedia. And I am super excited to go back to San Francisco tomorrow to open up our pre-seed. If you're excited about travel, if you travel often, please scan this QR code and join us. I would love to talk to you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jacob. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Stasher. Sticking with the theme of travel here, we're building the global network powering short-term storage. But what does that mean? Every day, millions of travelers need somewhere safe to keep their bags. And at the same time, they're walking past hotels, shops, and lockers that have empty space sitting idle. So at Stasher, we connect the two. It's a global luggage storage marketplace. how did we start doing this? That's me and my co-founder, Anthony. We met as students, and Ant and his brother used to Airbnb their spare room. When guests would check out, they'd ask if they could leave their bags. One time it's me, I'm crashing at Ant's, I asked the same question. And he jokes that he's going to have to charge me for the privilege of keeping my bag safe. But that joke was a light bulb moment, as we realized that demand for storage in cities is a genuine problem, and no good solutions existed to address it. So, we built the first apps, signed up the first shops and hotels, and it's grown from there. In fact, in 2025, we turned over 6 million in revenue, up 73% year on year. We recently signed up our 10,000th host, and we're live in over 1,000 cities in 75 countries with 99.9% host retention. Partners like Premier Inn alone earned over £800,000 with us in 2025, with $1 million in the pipeline for 2026. And what's exciting is just how scalable this model is, because every hotel, shop, or locker can be part of Stasher, provided they have secure space. We handle the demand, the payments, the support, the insurance, everything. They just need to take care of storing the bags. Luggage storage is an 8 billion category that's still run largely offline, and we're the player combining global reach with enterprise partnerships. We know how to grow both sides of the flywheel. Demand side, supply side, it's all about accelerating. Now, you guys have heard some fantastic AI pitches today, but Stasher's moat is that we're building a physical network in the real world, and that's not easy to replicate. We're building the infrastructure for how the world stores on the move, and we're raising £2 million to get there. Every day, millions of travelers ask themselves the same question: where can I stash my bags? At Stasher, we're building the answer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is SJ, and I'm a co-founder of Pickle. Let me ask you just one quick question. Do you think your AI runs your personal life? For me, absolutely yes, because my AI booked me to Paris and rescheduled my doctor appointment and built this slice. So with now and AI, I feel like I'm deciding less myself and I'm remembering less. But for most people, not quite yet. And we call this AI fluency gap. But closing this gap is actually way more difficult than you think, because as of today, in order to build a personal AI assistant, you need to design the workflow, you need to connect the tools, and you need to explain exactly what you want and need to the AI. But normal consumers will never do this because this is too much of the operator burden. That's why we're building a taste model for each person to make AI feel like it really understands you. Like, it should be more than a memory system. It must understand you, that every consumer, including my grandparents, can unlock the full potentials of the personal AI without too many hassles. So go to pickle.com, and if you answer a few questions, our taste model will understand your preference, your situation, and it will also predict your next actions. And its understanding will compound over time when combined with your lifelong context and data. It could be Gmail, Slack, Notions, and Google Meets, anything, LLM, anything. And then you can plug in your taste model into every product we ship, and each product will sharpen your taste model with a different signal. So Pickle Studio, which is our first product and web product, will sharpen your taste model with what you ask and what you create there. We launched in January 2026, and 13K plus signups and 2K plus pay users, and then 50 plus monthly retention. And Pickle Text, which is iMessage product, will sharpen your taste model with where you are and where you go. We call this location intelligence, and it will proactively text you nearby thing you love based on your taste models and location. And our third product and interface, Pickle One, will sharpen your taste model, what you see and what you hear every second. So we have a one taste model, 3 product, and 3 interfaces. So we strongly believe that humans should not learn AI. AI should learn humans. Humans deserve zero operator burden when running personal AI every day. So that's why we're building the taste model. We're Pickle to preserve everything about you. Thank you very much.
Imagine you're watching your favorite streamer play the game you love. Thousands of people in the chat, all reacting, all screaming. But you're still just watching. You are not part of it. Now, what if you could? Gaming, sports, TV, it's either watch or play. You can't truly participate, but this can change, and that's not a content problem, that's an infrastructure problem. Everich Labs builds the interactive layer for live entertainment, a stream clickable API that turns every live experience into something the audience can actually play. We started with our own game, Revenge, 600,000 wishlist, top 10 on Epic Games, a partnership with Twitch, and 6 million raised to date. So why such a good start? Because watching is not good enough anymore. Influence, participate, be in the show. That's what people want now. We recently presented a prototype to Banijay, the world's largest independent content producer behind the Olympics, the FIFA World Cup, and over 100,000 hours of live content every year. Their empire was built on linear TV, but their audiences are now on streaming. So we meet them there on our playground. Gaming is where we proved it. Entertainment is where we scale. Gaming, sports, TV, concerts, with interactive yet. That's what we bring. And AI is the multiplier that makes every interaction smarter in real time. We didn't come here to build another game studio. We came here to make watching feel like playing. Everich Labs, this is the future of live entertainment. Thank you.
Who knew you could deliver such a memorable pitch without saying a word? Let's give these guys a round of applause again. So I have had 2 WhatsApps from people in the audience telling me that there's not enough jokes here. And so I said, well, what kind of jokes would you expect? And they said, well, dad jokes, cheesy jokes. I'm like, well, it's France. I could come up with something cheesy. So here it goes. I'm going to put my self-respect and trade it for your entertainment. What kind of cheese would you use to entice a grizzly out of a cave? Come on, bear. All right, guys, let's give it up for the next startup. Accelerate.
Bonjour Paris! I'm Trisha, the founder of Accelerate. Accelerate is AI for workforce intelligence and planning. We're backed by A16Z Speedrun and Golden Gate Ventures and recently closed an oversubscribed seed round of $5 million. In just 6 months, we have grown to, actually, as of this morning, I didn't change the slides, 800K in live ARR, and are growing 20% month on month with Fortune 500 companies. We have also built a qualified pipeline of $6 million. The product pull is so strong that some of our consumers and customers are even investing in us. Now, here's the problem. CFOs have real-time visibility on revenue, while CEOs and business leaders are flying blind when it comes to decisions around workforce planning, restructuring, and succession planning. It takes 3 to 6 months with legacy methods and costs millions of dollars. In fact, enterprises spend $400 billion a year on consulting, systems, and AI transformation just to figure out what to do next. With Accelerate, we lower and we power these workforce decisions 5x faster and at a 5 to 10x lower cost compared to these legacy methods. Our AI agents enable lower 70% of the manual workflows by ensuring that we can automate them so that you get continuous workforce decisions, such as what are the roles to automate? How do you redesign your workforce with AI agents and with humans working together? And most importantly, where do you redeploy your talent? We have exceptional founder market fit, having scaled and exited companies before. I sold this as a restructuring consultant at PwC to over 30 companies, charging millions of dollars, and my co-founder has scaled his previous company to 400 people. We're Accelerate. We are on track for 6 million by end of this year. Looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
For 20 years, companies bought systems that track learning instead of increasing performance. Last year, they spent over $36 billion on measuring whether video was watched and nothing about whether work actually became better. And this creates a massive performance gap. 75% of training has zero link to actual work. New products launch, employees switch teams, and companies need to enable them fast. I'm Stan, the founder of Evolve, AI-native enablement and performance platform that increases employees' effectiveness with measurable impact on revenue. We've created a continuous performance loop, training, practice, skills assessment, and the feedback so that people start to perform fast. Evolve can operate as an invisible layer or as a standalone solution. And we live where work actually happens, inside ERP and HR systems, inside CRMs, inside Slack and Teams. And our AI agents proactively manage the full enablement lifecycle. They generate custom onboarding, they build simulations based on interactions, and they measure the performance. Our clients see the revenue impact in 3 to 6 months after the launch. Let's say a sales rep loses 3 deals in a row in Salesforce. Evolve detects the trend, builds a customized development track, and assigns it through teams. Or let's say regulatory change. Evolve doesn't send the email based on updated data. Evolve rebuilds the trainings assigned to affected teams and measures compliance readiness in real time. And that is why we are actively growing across Europe and the United States, with 20% month-over-month growth, with 0 churn rate in 2026, and 2 million in sales pipeline in the final stages. Companies like Schneider Electric, Danone, Saint-Gobain already solved their challenges with us. And they are not just buying another software, they are buying impact on performance and revenue. And we have the right team for this, with successful exits and leadership roles at top companies. Many build AI to replace humans. We use AI to make humans work at the highest performance level. Join us.
Okay, no audio. Oh my God, Billy, we are not in Dubai anymore. We are in Paris. We made it to the finals. Sorry about that. That's my AI Billy. I'm Ansh, co-founder at Blink, and I'm all the way here from San Francisco. Enterprises, like the ones that you see behind me, have a massive hiring problem. Let's take, for example, FedEx. FedEx has 90,000 workers delivering parcels in the US alone. And to keep that ship moving, they have to hire thousands more every single month. And they're not alone. All of these companies that you see behind me have the same problem, but they're doing it with fragmented workflows, which leads to 30+ days of hiring cycle, massive candidate drop-off, and high early attrition. And the thing that matters the most to us, billions of dollars lost in revenue. Enter Bling. Bling is an enterprise-grade AI system that helps these large enterprises hire their frontline workers all the way from application to onboarding, start to finish, completely automated. Meet Billy, our AI agent. This is a picture of him we took in Dubai. Billy engages with thousands of candidates across the globe simultaneously, be it drivers for FedEx, cashiers for Walmart, and makes sure that they go from interest to offer letter in less than 10 minutes. Thanks to Billy, over the past 12 months since our launch, we've already processed over 1 million applicants. We've reached $3.5 million in ARR. And what makes us different is the Bling operating system, which owns the entire workflow end to end and delivers the outcome, which is the person hired. This is our technical moat, and flag me down after the 2.5 minutes if you want to learn more about this. With $85 billion in global market size, Bling is poised to become the market leader in large-scale hiring for enterprises, where hiring is becoming more and more real-time, outcome-driven, and AI native. Thank you, Deel. Merci beaucoup, Paris. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name's Imran Syed. I sold my last company, Instapage. I wish I had Hatchproof then. Picture this. You're the Oakland A's, you've lost your 3 best players, your payroll is 1/3 of the New York Yankees, and you need to produce a winning team. What do? Baseball spent the last 100 years measuring the wrong things. The Oakland A's won by measuring what actually predicted wins. Baseball had Moneyball. Companies get Hatchproof. Right now, we're measuring the wrong things when it comes to work. Performance doesn't live in reviews, it lives in the work itself. At Hatchproof, we turn the digital exhausts of work, email, messages, one-on-one data, into performance intelligence. We tell you 3 things that other systems just can't tell you: who's actually contributing, who's about to leave, and who's ready for more. We're a Techstars New York company. We launched in Q4 of last year, did 140,000 in our first 90 days. In Q4, we learned that the pain is acute, and companies were willing to pay for it. In Q1, we saw organic growth, 35% expansion in 30 days, and we signed every customer to an annual contract. In Q2, we're seeing this repeatable motion. Brands like Vice Media, Heineken, Vanguard are all actively talking to us in pipeline. Billy Bean didn't go hire better scouts. He used better data. You don't need better managers. You need performance signals they can't see. Baseball had Moneyball. Companies need Hatchproof. Thank you so much.
Did you know that recruiters spend 50% of their time sourcing profiles on LinkedIn instead of talking to candidates? The sourcing of qualified talent is broken. LinkedIn has been a monopoly for way too long. Search is based on keywords, not on real merit. Reply rates are low, and the whole thing is very manual. But AI changes the game, as it has removed LinkedIn's data moat. Most profiles are public, therefore you can scrape them. AI also enables to automate the entire sourcing layer of talent, and is putting a lot of pressure on the very expensive per-seat-based pricing of LinkedIn. This is why we launched Nova Recruiter. It's the world's most advanced agentic platform to source top talent. It's based on 4 key features: merit-based search across more than 800 million profiles, 2.5 high reply rates thanks to multi-channel sequences, 98% time savings thanks to AI agents, and flexible usage-based pricing. You can utilize your UI or our MCPs to invoke the product. And we're targeting a huge market. LinkedIn alone does $9 billion on talent solutions with a worse product, but Nova Recruiter will also enable us to chase the $100 billion white-collar recruitment market with a services as software play. Companies like Juicebox, MetaView, or Paraform have recently raised more than $170 million combined. So the question is no longer whether LinkedIn gets challenged, but who wins. We are in the application layer of AI. So the player with the best data and the best distribution, that's the player that will win. Well, the reason why we win is that we have created a network that connects the most talented people in the world. Think of a better LinkedIn for top talent with a merit-based access. We have assessed more than 150,000 candidates. We have 25,000 members better in our app and 180,000 followers on social media. The founders of Legora, for instance, or Lovable, they were Nova members before they launched their businesses. And I've seen a few Nova members preaching here today. So while Juicebox and all of the other players are playing on the same public data, we have unparalleled access on what top talent looks like, how do they behave, a proprietary channel to contact them, and a unique brand to attract them that no competitor in the space can match. We're getting great traction from this mode. We raised our seed in May, started in beta in December, and went full in April this year. And in this time, we have been able to onboard Fortune 500 customers like L'Oreal and 1.5 million in ARR. Our team has the credibility of 5 exits in HR tech. So if anybody can challenge LinkedIn and solve white-collar talent sourcing, that's Nova. Thank you.
I'm not lucky. The workforce is changing faster than companies can manage it. New tools, new roles, new actors entering the organizational chart that didn't even exist 2 years ago. Any large enterprise wants to know what skills they have, what skills they need, how to close this gap. PAC is the infrastructure layer that answers that question. We map, assess, and develop human skills in large enterprises with a scientific methodology built on AI agents. 110 enterprise clients, Luxottica, Leroy Merlin, McDonald's, from 0 to 4 million ARR in 3 years. $8 million raised. David Clark, former CTO of Workday. Alessandro Profumo, founder of Unicredit. Pietro Picogna and Giacomo Gentili, leading product. We started with humans because that is where the problem lives nowadays. But the real vision is a compounding curve. You develop a human. That human, fully mapped and growing, operates in sync with an AI agent. Output multiplies. You integrate robotics into the same layer. It multiplies again. Every human, agent, robot running on the same infrastructure, continuously assessed, continuously developing, continuously compounding. There is no ceiling on that curve. We are talking about a $10 trillion opportunity. And we are building the operating system that runs it, whatever the workforce becomes. Our vision is pretty clear. We want to give humans a better technology to work with. Road to 35 million users worldwide. Grazie mille.
Million. Yes, it works. Well, hi all. I am Augusto, coming all the way from Mexico. So I'm sure most of you know about this engineer that was working at 4 or 5 different YC startups last year. And I use this example to show you how AI has gotten so good getting past job applications. And if we combine this with the fact that we're facing a massive reskilling shift, as 59% of the workforce needs new skills by 2030, well, we're leaving leaders blind to what's coming. And here's the trick. Traditional processes tell us who the candidate was 5 years ago, but not if they're going to be able to adapt for tomorrow. And our multi-method approach predicts future performance at an 85% accuracy rate. How we do this? Well, we have 2 layers. our copilot, where you describe your need, and then a suite of agents execute sourcing, development, promotion. And then we have our insights engine, where we embed predictive data into every single talent decision. The key difference, we are not automating HR tasks, we are making them intelligent. And these insights come from a diverse founding team. Myself, I'm a second-time founder and Techstars alumni. And when we started the company, we were focused on alternative data for credit underwriting. But when we looked at HR, everything clicked in. What if we could score talent the way we score credit? And that's when I turned and recruited the operator who knows the most about the space in LATAM, Jaime, who is former CEO of PDA International, is the leading assessment tool in the region. I remember asking him this question, and his response was, well, people still rely on intuition when we can blend data together and taste what great talent looks like. And I love this because this is the foundation of what makes self-AI defendable over time. The building blocks of the intelligence layer are the compounding power of this predictive data. And the numbers support our vision. We're at 40K in monthly recurring revenue, supported by more than 140 clients, trusted by leaders like Samsung, Tyco, among many others. And we have amazing news to share today, as after our regional finals, we've been crushing it, and these are the results over the last few days. So with that being said, I want to close with this. We didn't hire the engineer that we talked at the beginning because we use self-AI in our recruiting process. And after listening 70 pitches today, I can tell you the majority of you need us. So we're here to help you hire and train the future of talent. Thank you very much.
All right. It is pretty cool that despite all this talk about AI replacing humans, we have so many businesses focused on finding the best humans to join our business. Please, one more round of applause for the people tech category. 9 pitches to go in the health tech and life sciences business, but not before another cheese joke. So, what kind of cheese do you get when a cheese factory blows up? Debris. Welcome everyone to the guys from Evolve.
Hi everybody. What's the difference between your heart and your brain? If you have a problem with your heart, we measure it immediately and extensively. If you have a problem with your brain, we ask you questions and you fill in questionnaires. What's the outcome? This is Bobby. He's 8 years old. He'll be 16 when he gets his ADHD diagnosis, a childhood lost. And it's not just Bobby. 90% of people will suffer from mental health challenges in their lifetime. If one person wanted to be assessed for the 30 most common conditions, it would take 300 hours. They would sit in 100 years of wait lists if they were dealing with public services, and privately, it would cost them £75,000 or 80,000 euros. This is a broken system. So we created the NeuroScan. One scan, 5 minutes, 30 conditions and behaviors, 299 euros. That's 299 euros for all 30 conditions and behaviors. This is not theoretical. This is available today, validated in private clinics alongside NHS doctors. Last week, we signed the largest private Saudi hospital, giving us access to 22 different clinics. We have already got over 9,000 people on our wait list. We grew 1,000% in the last year, and we'll deliver 4.5 million in the next 12 months. Our last 2 businesses returned to our investors $2.6 billion. So, what are we going to do with $1 million? It's our responsibility to build an amazing business and help all these people. But what about Bobby? Bobby is 4 times more likely to end up in prison because he didn't get his diagnosis. So today, we will match your investment, and we will create the 1 Million Children Fund. And we will invest $1 million of our money into the most underprivileged children around the world. So I want to ask everybody, please, to stand up. Please stand up, everybody that can. And I want you all to give these judges a round of applause from Bobby. And for the thousands of children like Bobby that you can all help today. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Pepe, founder of Boulder. 70% of clinical decisions depend on a medical image. Imaging is the backbone of the healthcare system, and it's broken. 3.6 billion images a year, a growing demand, a shrinking workforce, and a fragmented stack, systems that don't talk to each other. On top of that, everyone ran to build AI for diagnosis, and nobody built the infrastructure layer underneath. Boulder is the AI integration and coordination layer for imaging. Stripe did it for payments, Boulder for imaging. We get integrated with any PACS at medical institutions, and we connect them with teleradiology platforms. And every study that flows through Boulder compounds three things: proprietary workflow data, deep integration, once we get in, we never leave, and a compounding network effect on both sides, radiologists and medical institutions. We have a 3.1 million ARR, 194% growth year on year, 200 clinics connected across Mexico, Argentina, and Spain, and a 0% churn. Our investors are Merck Sharp and Dome, Philips, Johnson & Johnson, and Hub 71. And we are part of the NVIDIA Inception program. But here is the important thing. Every AI for diagnosis built in the next decade will need an infrastructure layer to reach institutions at scale. Nobody built it. We are the ones building it. 13 years operating the problem before building the solution. Let's go Boulder. Thank you.
10 years ago, my sister called me from Australia. She had a really bad headache and no painkiller helped. Eventually, she went to a hospital, have a checkup, and was diagnosed stage 4 lung cancer. Our entire family was shocked. How did it happen? We still don't know. But one thing we knew, it was too late. There are 15 million people suffering from delayed diagnosis and costs us $47 billion a year. Why? Because we still don't have a scalable biomarker to do early detection. However, voice can change this. Compared to imaging, blood tests, voice is the most scalable biomarker. And Voxia, we're the leader in this new biomarker category, empowering 50 billion new opportunity. Our team is engineered for category leadership. We have the track record to build, scale, and consolidate voice AI and healthcare business globally. We have built the biggest acoustic biomarker foundation model. Clinical grade, 1.8 billion in size. What does that mean? In 60 seconds of voice, we can detect diseases at 86% accuracy rate. This is a clinical reality, not research. We are already FDA approved in Singapore in all 3 healthcare clusters and already revenue generating. Our growth path is very straightforward. First, we're going to expand our pipeline from depression to 49 other diseases, including hypertension, heart failure, COPD, asthma, and also lung cancer. Second, will be the standard of care. We are already FDA fast track to make voice a reimbursable biomarker in 3 years. Before I close, I would like to share with you a question. How many of you have a close family member suffering from chronic disease or cancer? Would you like to know earlier before it's too late? We're here for you. At Voxia, we're turning voice into a reliable and reimbursable biomarker to detect diseases before it's too late. Please join me to make this happen. Thank you.
Hi, we are iCardio AI, an AI startup based in Los Angeles, automating the image you see here on this screen. AI is this word that's been pitched around today a bunch. I just want to define domains. So first there's the domain of chatbots, the domain of autonomous vehicles and robotics. We are in the last domain, the last untapped frontier of AI, medical imaging. And within that, we are in the field of cardiology.
Your heart will beat 3 billion times in your lifetime. With that much wear and tear, you're going to have heart disease, the #1 killer in the world. How do we diagnose heart disease? With this image on the screen, which is the cardiac ultrasound or echocardiogram. It is the most fundamental and ubiquitous imaging diagnostic modality in cardiology. Now I'm going to pause and ask the group, can you tell normal from abnormal on the screen right now? Anybody, just yell out. Well, if you can't, I don't blame you. I'm a cardiologist, I do this for a living, and I can tell you this is not easy. It takes decades of training to basically interpret these complex images, which are done manually, frame by frame, with scarce human resources. And that is the problem we are trying to solve at iCardio.ai by bringing the AI layer to cardiology.
So we've been obsessed with the problem of automating the echocardiogram. We've developed what we believe is the largest data set of echo images in the world and have set our sights on automating this exam. We started with the quantitative aspect of interpretation, which is what you see on this screen, automating linear and volumetric measurements. Then we moved to and then we got this FDA cleared. Then we moved to the qualitative aspect of echo interpretation, which we also got FDA cleared. And where we're going is building larger and larger models, the latest which we call EchoGPT, which automates the exam end to end. And so how do we get our algorithms into the hands of clinicians? We partner with enterprise imaging companies, we partner with ultrasound hardware manufacturers, and we partner with device manufacturers. With just Abbott Laboratories alone, as an example of one of our many customers, we've closed already $6 million in contracts. We have a line of sight to 100 million ARR. We are a company that never sleeps, from Los Angeles to Ethiopia, bringing AI to cardiology. And so with a heartbeat, I'm going to show you one of our customers integrating our technology in a live patient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mental health is broken. All of you know that because everyone here knows someone who is struggling. A teenager, young parents, an elderly person, 1 out of 8 people all over the world. 1 million clinicians are missing today, and this causes high costs, long wait lists, and there's still stigma and shame. Not everyone wants to see a clinician on Zoom. I know this because I was one of them. So people turn to ChatGPT for emotional support. This is bad and dangerous. This is why we're building Kai. Kai has supported over 200,000 people in the US and Canada so far. We partnered with the American Psychological Association, and we published randomized clinical studies in the best journals in the world. Just last month, Kai received the APA Gold Badge for safe, ethical AI that is approved by the APA. We worked with over 50,000 teenagers so far, and the good news is that they are getting better by chatting with Kai. Kai is a co-pilot for psychologists, psychiatrists, and therapists. We're not replacing them, we're empowering them with AI so that they can support more people more effectively. Kai works on any messaging app and inside of any other app. And we have a full backend platform that allows the clinicians to see who needs attention and to adjust the way Kai works for every single person. And it's safe because there's always a human in the loop. When the war in the Ukraine started, we supported hundreds of families in Russian and Ukrainian. Today, we work with multiple languages, and we partner with municipalities, with universities, with employers to support their teams. I will give you just two examples. A few weeks ago, a young medical student with anxiety chatted with Kai before entering a surgery room. And a young mom with two young kids was saved thanks for Kai because she was so depressed. Kai raised only $8 million so far. We're a strong team of clinicians and AI experts. Our vision is to support hundreds of millions of people all over the world. And I invite all of you to join us in this important mission. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shawnee, founder of Munis, and we're building the category leader for personalized sleep technology. In Japan alone, we scaled from 0 to 500K in monthly revenue in just 12 months, reaching 3.3 million in ARR. And we're ranking as #1 in the health and fitness category on the Japanese App Store. How do we grow this fast? Because we discovered that people want something more scientific, more effective than generic sleep content. But at the same time, they want something more accessible and safer than medical treatments. We spotted the gap in the market and captured this. We developed Renight, where we deliver a personalized sleep intervention tailored specifically for you each and every night through sound and data. We've proven that listening to our personalized sound throughout the night increases your deep sleep ratio by 2 times. And with more than 7 million sleep data on our app, we personalize our AI model provides and recommends what sound you should listen to, how long you should sleep, when you should go to bed, and so on. But our real strength is the execution. So when we first launched in Japan, we literally talked to more than 1,000 Japanese users to learn what they expect from us. And we deeply localized the app for them, from the design, the message, the tone, the UX, and all. And we move extremely fast. Last year, we updated the app 250% more frequently than our competitors. As a Korean team, succeeding in Japan was not an easy task, but we made it possible through strong user obsession, speed, and learning curve. And I believe the strength we have as a team can be applied to any global markets we're targeting in the future. My co-founder and I majored in computer science, and we have a medical doctor on a team. We're currently raising our Series A to become the market leader in Asia and then in the global market. We actually launched in Taiwan just a week ago, and we're now ranking #10 in Taiwanese App Store today. So this is crazy, and we're making huge growth right now, and the next phase of global growth has already begun for us. So today's the cheapest day you can invest in our company. Join us in our journey to make good sleep the norm for all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nav. I'm one of the founders of NeuroWiser. We are a digital brain health company founded by experts in population health, in neurosurgery, and neuroscience. We built NeuroWiser because we believe in one thing. Early brain decline is one of the largest or the hardest healthcare challenges our generation is facing. I have some bad news. If you're 30 years old and above, there is a chance that your brain health may already be declining. Slowly, quietly, invisibly. Most people realize these symptoms much later in life. It's because that's when these symptoms become far more serious and they affect your memory, your independence, and your quality of life. At that point, your treatment options are very limited, if not none. So then the question is, why do we wait till it's so late? And the answer is very simple. It's because our healthcare system today cannot scalably test or detect early brain decline. And so that's a problem. MRIs and CT scans are expensive and inaccessible for many people around the world. Pen and paper cognitive tests require a lot of medical training to be completed, and it takes people hours to do sometimes. Because of that, we created the digital brain function screen, as you can see here. It's a 15-minute cognitive assessment, clinically graded cognitive assessment. It takes patients can do it on a mobile phone, on a tablet, on a PC. So it's extremely simple, very accessible, and very scalable. In 60 seconds, shorter than the time of this pitch, the clinician will receive a brain health report that will include a brain score, modifiable factors that patients can change, lifestyle recommendations, as well as guidance for the clinician if the patients may need more clinical intervention or clinical investigation. This test has currently helped thousands of patients across Southeast Asia. It's available in 10 languages. It's been accredited in 9 different countries, including the US and the UK. We work with amazing prestigious institutions across Asia, and at this point, we're not done. For us, it's just the beginning. We're seeking partnership from partners and investors. We want to expand our efforts globally and build our next generation of tools, which will include support for stroke and other neurology deficits. We now have the opportunity to detect brain health early and enable actual real change. Thank you.
15 million people suffer stroke every year. For them, every minute counts. These 2 minutes could be the difference between walking out of the hospital or never walking again. On the left, you can see a patient with a brain bleeding. On the right, same patient 3 hours later, now in coma. The head of neurosurgery at Ichilov Hospital and our advisor showed me these similar images and said, if only we've seen it sooner. 80 minutes, that's how long it can take to get a head CT scan in the ICU. Then 6 to 12 hours until the next scan. In between, the brain goes completely dark. Every complication during this time costs thousands to hospitals, until now. I'm Shirkashi, CEO and founder of Ribbon Medical. I hold degrees across neuroscience, computer science, engineering, and AI. And our team brings decades of experience, 40 years in ultrasound sensor, 25 years in cutting-edge imaging algorithm, and also the former CTO of Insightec, pioneers of ultrasound brain systems. Ribbon is developing a portable and safe brain scanner based on ultrasound technology that generate 3D high-resolution image that will be comparable to CT scan. It detects stroke and traumatic brain injuries at the moment they happen. But what excites neurosurgeons the most, it's a helmet. It could stay on and provide continuous monitoring and alert the physician if something happens. In the future, it can extend to disease like Parkinson and Alzheimer as well. We're entering a $21 billion initial market. We raised $2.5 million. We built our own sensor, system, and algorithm, all protected by a PCT patent. And recently, in a key milestone, we captured high-quality signal from a real human skull. And with the full system, we will see the full brain. The head of neurosurgery, Ichilov, said, if only we've seen it sooner. We are building the sooner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gurpreet. I'm the founder and CEO for Raspberry. Now, global healthcare costs has surged nearly 4 times over the last 20 years, and it's expected that this trend will continue. This is fundamentally because of a drive and increase in patient volumes. Coupled with a shortage of nurses, what you get is inflationary pressures. Now, Raspberry is the world's first transformative full-stack solution that will essentially drive a paradigm shift in the way patients are being monitored in hospitals today. Instead of nurses going bed to bed to collect vitals, biophysiological signals, we deploy continuous wearable technologies scalable throughout the entire hospital in all wards. Instead of nurses reacting manually to patients' decline in deterioration, we leverage on clinical AI not only to detect early and to detect with high sensitivity, but more importantly, to detect with a high precision, so you reduce as much false alarms. We build clinical enterprise solutions over and above the EHR, so we leverage on the vast amount of data that you get from the EHR, combined with our proprietary wearable technology. Why Raspberry? Performance proven. 16x increase in precision compared to gold standard of care, proven at Mayo Clinic. Our business models are scalable, both direct and indirect through channel partnerships, and our revenue models are three-pronged. You can either do full CapEx, a mixture of CapEx and OpEx, or using purely OpEx models. We raised 12.2 million Series A funding last year that allowed us to grow our company to 41 packs across US and Singapore. We have 16 international regulatory approvals cleared FDA as well as CE, cutting across the device, software, and AI. We signed 5 distribution and commercial contracts with Tier 1 MNCs, including Philips, Roche, and Mayo Clinic Solution Studio. We are right now in Tier 1 markets and revenue generating. Our Series A funding enabled us to build up our team. We have a strong clinical advisory team who are thought leaders in their space and have supported us. We want to create a world where people can breathe easier, they can live healthier, and they can live longer. Thank you.
Okay, this was the last pitch for the grand finale. Give all of the startups a huge round of applause, please. I will not tell you a third cheese joke, though I do have quite a few in my back pocket. If you're really keen to hear them, you can grab me later. So now, if I could ask all of the judges to follow the lady in pink here, and you guys will go to the deliberation room where the winners will be chosen. And soon we'll have a fireside chat. They will set up the chairs in the next 30 seconds or so. So if we have the participants, please stay here, and I hope you enjoy the fireside chat. Thank you all.
I don't think it's working. Oh, it is
Hello?
working. Hello. I think people are like kind of figuring it out. Well, thank you for surviving today, guys. 80 plus pitches. I know that's quite a bit, so we appreciate you being here. Thank you, the MC. I love being sandwiched by bankers, my favorite type of position.
Well, thank you, Alex, and thank you very much for being here and organizing all this. I think it's amazing to see all of you pitching today, and to see all the great ideas you bring. So, first, we're going to do a little intro. So, Alex, obviously, you've created an amazing company as a co-founder and CEO of Deel. This is a fast-growing company, one of the largest. You have tried to find solutions to solving the hiring problems overall, and you've made an amazing success, only launching the companies in 2019. So what would be great for the audience is obviously to get your perspective on your journey so far, and also what are the key 2-3 decisions that you've made since you launched the company that made the big differences.
Well, first of all, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for this great day. I will say, seeing I was kind of looking at all the different companies. It's so amazing to see people flying in from Singapore, from New York, from London. It's I actually loved, I forgot the name, but the sleeping app built by a Korean team in Japan comes to pitch in Paris. I think that's the story of Deel and of this global world. So I'm very thankful for all of you being here today. I'm not gonna make any cheese jokes. I'm gonna leave that to Sami. And so, kind of reflecting for our journey, that's a pretty loaded question, but I'll try to do my best and give you a form of answer. We built Deel exactly for what you're seeing today. We're very much at the beginning of who we are as a company, but already being able to give back in helping amazing entrepreneurs, amazing companies hire their team globally, expand into new markets, and realizing all of the things that they can achieve. It's really what drove us to build Deel. It's why I wake up every single morning, and I think today is a great representation of my personal journey, and I think our whole team's journey. So I'm very happy to be here. Deel, you stated some of the numbers, but today we serve 40,000 plus customers, from small companies to larger, some amazing banks. None of you two just yet, but hopefully very soon, are our customers as well. And the way we've kind of always thought about how do we build products for small to large businesses so that they can really grow globally, but manage all of their teams in one place. When it comes to, I'm not much of an advice type of person, to be honest. So hopefully we'll get some good insight from this conversation. But I think the one thing that a lot of people kind of got from today, and I think that's one of the things that was very important for me in my journey, is you need to try stuff. And I think a lot of the people here kind of really showed how entrepreneurial they are. I mean, the guy pitching without pitching, he told me right before that he was going to give us the most memorable pitch. I think he's probably the most memorable pitch I ever heard. And so, in your life as an entrepreneur, you need to try shit. And, here's a great place to start.
Well, thank you very much. And so today we'll speak about 3 themes. One's the AI, 2, the fundraising, and 3 is how to build a long-term business.
Non-cliche at all.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That sounds great.
No, but exactly. And I think, when you look at your company, 7,000 people working at Deel, 1 billion run rate revenue, AI is obviously a key topic. And how are you rethinking some of the business, and what would you do from scratch if you were to reapply AI in some of the things you've created?
Yeah, so I've done 2 other events of the pitch so far, which has been really fun. And AI has been a core part of the conversation. And actually, it's very fun because every single week, if you were to rewatch the video, you can see how excited I am about everything we're building and everything we're making here. I think there's kind of 2 parts to that. Fundamentally, Deel is very much a startup. And, I'm very in the details. I'm still leading the product. We don't have a chief product officer. I actually think you should never have a chief product officer. I'm sorry if some of them are in the room. I think founders should be leading the product as much as they can and be in the details. But the luxury of doing that is that I actually, I'm able to be very hands-on. And I think when you're going to go through a very transformational moment as a company, like AI really is, if you don't have people that are willing to take very big risk and kind of, despite collateral damages, I think a lot of my teammates, if they're listening, know that I think I said that a couple of days ago, I'm the definition of chaos. But chaos can really make things really great when you actually can turn around the company fully. And I think over the last 2 months, it's been a really great journey for us in terms of what I think, we entered into indecently, depending on how you look at AI adoption at different companies. I think we were a decently adopted AI business into what I think today is one of the top 1, if not top 5% of AI build businesses. And we've managed to do that by really kind of leaning in and rethinking all of our strategy in terms of how we build things. And I mean, I'm still figuring out the playbook, but the one that we've adopted is we've basically, sorry, they gave me that nice little ring, but it's very annoying.
I have it.
So basically what we did is we went, hey, it's been like a fun 3 months journey where we said every single person at the company that has access to Claude and Anthropic, 7,000 people having access to the best tools, not just the engineers, every single person at the company being able to build into, what unfolded of like really building out infrastructure so all of them can build a lot of great products into what we launched a couple weeks ago now called Akai, which is basically a full product in-house that has helped us automate over 100,000 hours worth of operations inside of the business. And it's been growing literally like wildfire. Every single company in the world is kind of reaching out to us and say, hey, can we get access to this? Can we actually work with it? And we're just super, super excited. Look, I think when we look at a business like Deel, where we have a very clear moat, right, in this AI world, where we have clear tailwinds, it's a very complicated business. There was a lot of companies today talking to you about the taxes internationally or things like that. Like, these are really moated business, right? Like when you build the infrastructure, you have the payment licenses, the actual local entities, like all of those things is very hard to replicate. And if you combine that moat with like AI from an operational standpoint, like it just gives you wings to fly. And this is something that has really transcended and changed the business.
Thank you.
And Alex, maybe just to double click on that, when we look at different software businesses, many of them make the pivot to becoming platforms. And you guys have done it. So you became a system of record for global work, whether it's payroll, HR, compliance, IT, employee mobility. Even think about the next stage of Deel, especially with the AI workforce. It feels like you are moving from a system of record to becoming the real infrastructure of how companies are being run today. So is the end game that ultimately companies are not just going to use Deel, but rather let Deel run their underlying operations autonomously?
To some extent, I think when I think about Deel as a product, and I think it's like, you asked me one of the things that I've learned over the years, I think that is one of my great learnings, is when we started building Deel, we kind of did something very weird very normal, which was we started with one product, which was our freelancer product, and we moved into employer of record, where we employ people on your behalf. Then we moved into payroll. Then we moved into HCM, into immigration, into all of the different platforms that an HR platform needs. But one of the things we did very well, which I actually haven't really thought it through for other companies, but I do think it's something that you should consider, is we built a very bundled / unbundled product, meaning you can actually use any product at Deel completely autonomously. So we work really well as an unbundled product, meaning you need one employee in that country and we'll sync into the largest enterprise products that you're going to need. But we also work super well as a system. And that's something super, super powerful that gives you, like you said, the full platform ecosystem that you're going to need. Now, the second thing we did very well, I think, very early on, is we came into a market where system of records, right? If you look at Workday and SAP, big system of records, and one of the biggest moat from those companies, actually, they are very hard to get out of, right? It's one of the, even, regardless of what you think of this product, some of them are great, some of them are not. One of the way they actually get you is that it's very hard to get out of it. And we actually, very much from the start, we decided, hey, we don't want to close the ecosystem. We want people to be able to pick the products they want. We want to build API first, which is very contrarian-ish. At least it was 6 years ago compared to the actual market. And one of the strengths of this is we kind of went to market and told CHROs, CFOs, hey, you can use what you want from Deel in the same bundled / unbundled solution. And then we'll help you with all of the rest, and you can use whatever system you want. We'll connect into all the different systems that you want. And as we did this, what happened is we started gaining trust from those customers and winning more of the business. But more importantly, we had kind of started building that very headless type of product, which is what everybody's talking about today, right? The idea that everything is built API first, and you can actually build on top of it, and agents can really leverage that whole thing. So to some extent, we have inadvertently, I can say I had that plan, build that whole infrastructure so companies can actually run Deel autonomously. And one of the best things I'm seeing today from large corporations and small startups is the ones that are saying, hey, I can actually vibe code X and Y and Z. I don't want to actually buy that product from you, but I'll use everything else and just integrate inside of our API. So to some extent, I agree with you. We're building a lot of the infrastructure that you're going to need as a company. But being able to be plug and play, I think, is one of the beauty of today's world and something a lot of companies are going to have to leverage and lean into.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
And I think, we're also, I'm sure everyone here is keen to understand, what are the biggest mistakes that can be made when you think about integrating AI? And obviously,
I'm still figuring that out, to be honest. Finish your question, shall I cut you?
No, but that's the question. I mean, what does that mean to do it right? What do you think for you? And obviously, you've made some series of decisions regarding this. But what do you think as the biggest mistake you've seen?
I think there's a couple, I think there's one very good insight that I got through building the last few months. So one thing I did is I grabbed a couple people from my team, like one specific engineer that I loved, and pull them out. It's a big organization. People hate it when I do that. And everybody's pissed at me, but they can't say anything because I'm the CEO, so I get to do that. So pulling a couple engineers and say, okay, you're going to work with me for the next couple of weeks, and we're going to build something cool. And what we did there, which was very unique, it's not very unique. It's something that I think everybody that wants to build a great AI product and wants to pivot into being a bit more AI first needs to do, is I took people that were completely distinct and far away from the subject that I wanted to solve. So my first key target within the company was payments, because we moved $2-point-something billion a month. We have 1,500 different bank accounts around the world. That was like the very first thing that was like, there's so much automation that can happen further. And we had invested a lot at Deel. So in the last few years, we went from, when we started the company, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I'll say it anyway. I was doing the payments myself manually when we were 2 people and just starting up, into today automating 96% of all of our payments across every single bank account. But what happens is you get to a point where deterministic code only gets you to increase your percentage of automation by X%. Like my team used to come to me and say, this quarter, we're going to automate 0.3% more than we did last quarter. And you're like, okay, I guess that's great, because in the grand scheme of things, that is tens of thousands of payments, but it's like every quarter you feel like this is the marginal improvement you're making, which is not really great. So one thing that was very important to me is actually when to get someone, and I love my engineers that work on that. If they listen, they'll get pissed at me, but yeah, I went to get someone that had nothing to do with payments. And I said, look, you don't know anything about payments, and I actually don't want you to talk to anyone on the team that manages payments. I want you to tackle this problem very naively from the get-go with AI, and see what we get to and how we get to it. And a week and a half later, we're at 98% plus automation. And that is really the power that I've seen, where the thing is, when you build so much bias into what you're building, everybody will tell you it's not going to work, it's not going to go, you're wasting your time, it's not the right way to do it. But because the technology is so game-changing, you can actually do things in a completely different level. And we're kind of like the living proof of that, and we've reapplied that standard across the whole business, and it's making significant improvements and drastic change in how we operate.
Thank you.
And I guess, Alex, one more question. I want to shift gears to capital raising.
Then we're not going back to AI then.
It also ties to AI. I mean, so you guys raised a lot of capital over the years, and scaled a remarkably high growth and very profitable business. We heard, give or take, almost 80.
You have one of my board members here. He's given me a lot of money. You guys should all try to grab him.
It also ties, right? We had 80 startups today in the crowd, and probably many more that didn't stand the pitch. But what advice would you give them when it gets to capital raise? What did you do well? You didn't do well. And then, especially today, when there is so much disruption coming from AI, how do you think the capital raising strategy should change?
I get that question fairly often, and I think my answer is always the same. It's it depends on your stage, right? Like when you're very early, anyone willing to give you a little bit of money to go and build something instead of having a 9-to-5 job. If you're an entrepreneur, take the money, go and build whatever you can and say thank you, and don't be too complainy, right? Like that's probably how I would structure the early stage raises. As you start building something more valuable, the first thing that we did very well at Deel, and I would advise every entrepreneur to do the same, is we were always super smart on how we spent our cash, right? When we arrive our Series A, and Anish is a judge, so he's not in the room, but he's around, he'll tell you, we were arriving our Series A having raised a seed round coming out of Y Combinator of $4 million. I think we had spent like $200K a year and a half later. And generating revenue. And I think that was one of the things that he really wasn't used to, right, as a Silicon Valley-based investor, is where like the sustainable growth and the culture that we have around this, which is still today, right, Deel has been profitable for 3+ years, is something that really helped us. So first round, raise what you can, and then try to get to something that actually has meaningful traction, where you get to a point where you're actually in control of your faith, right? Like, I think that's the most important thing is, I've always... And there's different ways of fundraising, but I've always found that every one of my friends that comes to me and say, I'm going to raise X for the next 18 months, I always think this is the right mindset, right? I assume every single raise we've done as a company could and should be potentially the last one, right? And you can see in our numbers and how we've raised that we've always kind of thought that way. So that's the first one. I think as you think about your next stage of growth, the way I kind of think about fundraising is more, okay, like who would I sell a piece of my company to? And what price am I willing to sell it at? And I think that changes a lot of the dynamics that you have with your investors, because it's not about like, oh, please, I need your money to get to X or Y. It really becomes do I want to partner with you for the long term, right? And today we're 7 years in. Anish invested a year plus in, right? So like, it's been 6 years with us. It's really a long-term investment. It's a long-term relationship you're building with people. You go through ups and downs. You go through so many different things. So it's important that you really understand that the dynamics, unless you need the money, which is not somewhere in my opinion, you should try to avoid to be, should really be who am I giving. I think the chance is a big word, but let's take it as like, who do I give the chance to jump into our journey and into that whole thing with us. When it comes to AI fundraisers, well, to be honest, like to some extent, I wish I would have been through that one. Like, I think it looks like a lot of fun. A lot of my friends are getting term sheets at valuation that makes no sense, which is like 2020 all over again or 2021 all over again. I think it's kind of like a mix. I think this is the moment where you can get a lot of capital for a lot cheaper because a lot of funds are trying to allocate. So if you can leverage that through a great story, great background, you should. But at the same time, you kind of need to be cognizant that the higher your valuation is, the harder it is to potentially exit the business as well. So I would tread carefully there, but it's a fun time to be an early stage entrepreneur, let's say.
Oh, for sure. It's a tough time to be an investor, but yeah.
I'm not sure it's a great time to be an investor, to be honest with you. I think it's very much a lot of uncertainty with very few winners, but the people that are going to find that, one of my other board member was the first VC investor in Anthropic. So, she actually got it right. Like if you can make those bets, then you're going to have a great time.
I agree.
And actually, thanks, because you already touched base on a topic, which is, it's not only about money, but it's also who you decide to partner with. But so when you look at your experience, what's the right partner and investors have brought to you day to day, and what are the typical things you expect them to do to help you grow the business?
Day to day, I actually expect them to do nothing because investors are not running your business, you're the one running the business. I think on a longer view, like quarterly or monthly or whatever the right cadence is for you, it really depends on where you are as a business, right? You go through different phases. You want people that are able to help you think, help you grow, give you visibility on like new technologies or things or different views in market. One of the great things of having Andreessen is they have probably one of the best pulse on technology at any given time. So understanding what is the right thing, what should we pay attention to, where is the market trends kind of going is very important. And then, you want people to be very present when things go wrong, right? And I think that happens at some point for every single company. And this is when really like boards and investors really get tested, right? Who are the people that really stick by their entrepreneurs and are here to help them and lift them up when things go wrong versus the opposite, right? So look, I think the best way to find a great investor, if you can, right, if you have the choice, is through references, right? And you can always ping me. I think I've been very lucky with all of the investors we have across the board, where through all of our journey, which has been a crazy roller coaster, they've always been with us. They've always been helpful, and this is the best type of investors, the ones that know when to step in and not to step in, so that they don't negatively affect the company.
Amazing, thank you.
And us maybe going back to just advice to the crowd here. I mean, so from looking at the presentations today, it seems like many companies got to a relatively progressed stage.
It's very impressive.
Incredibly quickly, right? And with very, very little capital. So how should they think about capital raising strategy now? Should they raise more because, frankly, you can iterate incredibly quickly. Everyone's going to try to iterate the same, so you're going to have more competition. Should they raise less?
Yeah, I remember when we used to be, for a very short amount of time until the guys at Wiz decided to annoy us, the fastest company to get to 100 million in ARR. That was a long time ago. Since then,
before Anthropic.
Yeah, well, before 10 different companies. It's crazy how people have grown, and it's so super impressive, to be honest. It's hard to say. I think it depends on the market. It depends on the type of business. It depends how capital intensive you are. It depends on what you want. This is a thing I think about a lot recently. I mean, not recently, but I've thought about it a lot over the last few years, which is like raising your next rounds determines where you're going next by for multiple reasons, and understanding whether or not this is the right path for your company is something that you should definitely consider as an entrepreneur. It's easier for me to say now, but it's something that, you know, I always thought, hey, like, we decided to raise X and Y, Z very, very quickly. What would have been the outcome of the company if we had kind of gamed this out a little differently? I wouldn't change anything, to be honest with you. I think we had a huge shot at building something big, and I think we can actually build a $100 billion plus company if we keep executing. So I think for us, it was the right thing, but I can definitely maybe look at some of the companies or some companies I've met with, which is like, hey, I think there's some efficiency in terms of how you structure your capital, how you structure your valuation that could lead you to a better outcome. You know, recently we tried to acquire the company. I thought they were amazing guys, and you know, I would have loved to work with them. And you know, they decided to raise a Series A, and eventually kind of came to us after that for an acquisition. The price was too high, first, and second, we kind of ran them through the math. If they have actually had taken our first offer, they would have made a lot more money than the Series A that they actually raised and the outcome that they're getting to. So I think it's important to, you know, as an entrepreneur, you need to dream really big and to go for the furthest you can think. And the furthest you can go. But at the same time, there's definitely some game theory behind this for sure.
Oh, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now going a bit to building Tula. So basically, you've grown this company massively in a few years. And so what's the strategy? And this is what we will touch base, but what's the strategy to make it last, obviously? And then we'll go
you need to talk to me in 30 years. I think this is a bit early.
Yeah, but and so we'll go step by step. But so basically, what are the different tips that you can give here to the different companies and founders? So first of all, well done to all of you, because there are 80 founders in the room. You are the best of all the competition that are here today.
There was 35,000 applications. To be honest, I didn't think there were going to be that many. So I'm very impressed and very proud.
And this is massive achievement to already be here. And so the key question, you know, we're bankers. So the question for us is, how do you make that cut? And what makes the difference between the one that were in the 35,000 application to the one that are here today? And for the one that not failed, but that didn't go through that last step, what is the advice we can give them so that they make it next time?
You're not going to like my initial answer, but I actually wanted to have fun at this event. So I decided not to be involved at all.
Oh, wow.
So I actually, you know, this is the word of delegation. I don't delegate on product, but I fully delegated everything happening here. So I'm actually enjoying and meeting people and seeing the companies for the first time. So I can't exactly tell you what went through their mind and process, but I think there's a couple of things that are very critical is how you approach and the type of story that you tell, right? And I think, you know, Shrew and I went through Y Combinator actually. Well, I don't know what's the right word, but failed to get into Y Combinator twice before. And so kind of learn through that process in terms of like, what do people want to hear and what type of story do you want to tell? I think the one thing that's super important, specifically given the cost of software is so low nowadays. Like, I mean, I wish I could have built some of the stuff that you can build today 7 years ago, right? Like, because the cost of software is so low, you guys can actually get to product market fit a lot faster than I think a lot of companies used to go. So, you know, whenever I see like I need X amount of money to go and build an MVP, no, you need nothing. You need a freaking afternoon and go and talk to customers, right? And so those are like kind of like the initial thing that whether it's Deel, whether it's Speedrun YC, like what they're looking for is great founders. They're very excited about the problem, but more importantly, they're biased to action to actually get stuff done. And to be honest, in today's world, there's literally nothing holding you up to getting stuff done, right? Like your goal shouldn't be, I want to get an MVP out. Your goal should be, I've closed all of this business. I can't sell anymore because there's too much of it. Let me hire myself for salespeople, and I need some money to be able to do that.
Got it. Okay. And then one more question, I guess. You guys grew at a neck-breaking speed. I think you're probably the first company to get to 1 billion ARR that is not an LLM company. I need to double check that, but maybe.
That is not what?
That is not an LLM company. That is not a model company. Yeah. So
I don't know. Ask my data incomes team.
But jokes aside, Alex, you know, what advice or examples can you give to the people in the crowd of things that did not go the way that you expected? And what did you do along with the way to correct very quickly so you can continue to grow the trajectory that you did?
Yeah, I'm kind of, which might be a good example on its own. Like, I'm not really much of an advice guy, but what I can tell you is I actually don't look back very much at the things that go wrong, right? Like, my team do a lot of postmortems, and they should, but I tend to be a default optimism type of person. It's actually one of the guiding principle at Deel. And what that means is I don't actually dwell on things that go wrong. So my first reaction usually is like, oh, what could we have done better, and kind of forget really fast. So, people always tell me, like, for example, what would you do different in terms of all the mistakes that you did while building Deel? Not very much, because I think it also guided everything that we've built as a company. So I think my only advice, rather than giving you something very pragmatic, because I don't have anything actually that comes to mind, which I think is a good representation of our mindset as a company, or maybe my mindset as a person, is just whatever goes wrong, just actually, you know what? My grandmother had a saying, which I think is very strong. My dad reminded me of it not too long ago, which is like, "Suck it up, you'll cry later." So just go and fix the problem, and you'll cry later. And I think that's
a good advice for life.
I think for entrepreneurs, you could probably cry about something on a daily basis. So the whole "suck it up, you'll cry later," I think is a great mantra for solving problems.
Indeed, thank you.
And Alex, you have a very international background, grew up in France, studied in Israel, studied in the US as well. You've built that company obviously from scratch, but you decided to build it on a global basis. No local market first, and that was the strategy. Some other entrepreneurs are deciding to go to their own market first and then expand. What's the best playbook to you, according to you, and what's the strategy if you want to start global?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, you should use Deel, but I think the one thing I think has been very different is, the thing is, the US is very focused on the US because it's such a great market, so much revenue to be made there. So it's very obvious that when you're an American-based company, you want to go after that, and your mind doesn't go straight into new countries. When you're, for example, an Israeli company, well, it's very obvious that selling into Israel is too small and gonna be hard to sell around your neighbor countries. So you probably go to Europe or the US straight away. So in my case, I think we kind of had the best of both worlds. Of course, there's a lot of like tension to who we are as a company. We're a global company first, right? So it made sense to go global, but what I usually tell people is, when you have a form of product market fit, you know that your product works, assuming there is not a lot of localization that needs to happen, and usually there's not as much as people think. Another company in Peru will need your product. And when people tell me Deel is a very international company, you sell into different markets, like, what I love to tell them is the very non-obvious case, which is a Peruvian company that uses Deel to hire people in Chile, or a Singaporean company that hires people in Japan, right? It's not just about an American company that hires someone in Germany. So I'd say if you have a form of product market fit, the cost of trying into a new market, if you have enough money for it, is just literally hiring a decent salesperson and say, go and try to figure it out. And if they do, amazing. You've opened up a new market. You can actually double down on that market. If they don't, then they're probably not that great. You can hire a new one until they crack the market. And I think that's a philosophy that's much lighter weight, that a lot of people are not willing to make the jump on. And as long as it doesn't like actually bring you defocus, which for me it never did, right? Because good salespeople are usually self-sustainable, right? Very early on, then you can actually start expanding very quickly.
Well, thank you very much. And maybe just to end that, a conclusion, which is, at which moment during your journey you were like, okay, I know this is going to work. This is that moment where I'm totally know it's going to work.
So the good part of the default optimism thing I said was that it was very early. But I think what changed is my definition of work, right? Like, what does it mean it's going to work? I definitely did not plan for it to work to the extent it does today. But at the time, what I knew is I had a very strong intuition, in my guts, that the product we were building was needed, right? Like, the very first product we built was helping companies hire freelancers around the world, right? Contractors around the world. And I can tell you that American companies have no idea of what an auto-entrepreneur here is in France, and what documents they need to have, and how to pay them, and what they need to collect, and stuff like that. So it's very easy for me to tell you, I know for sure there is something there, and I know for sure there is something that could be done and be better. So I'd say I always knew that was going to work. In terms of how big we are today, I think the ball is always kind of moving forward. Someone told me, I can't remember who, the definition of product market fit is when you're pushing a boulder up a hill, and it's very heavy and it's very hard, and you're pushing everything and it takes time. And eventually when you get to product market fit, it's the opposite. It's the boulder that's running after you, and you're going down the hill and running. And that is when you start really realizing you've got something really cool. And eventually things, they go big over time. And even today, I don't think I have a true realization of how big Deel really is already. We did our global SKO recently where we brought 2,000 people plus in a room, and it was a lot of freaking people. And then I realized we actually have 7,000 of them, so that would have been even bigger. So in the same way that you don't look back at the things that didn't go right, I think don't it's not a great trait, to be honest. I wish I could change it, but if you don't over celebrate either, you keep focus and you keep building, and that's the most important.
And I guess, Alex, just one last question, and I think this event is a great testament for that. I mean, you guys are doing something really, really special. So when we think about your strategy,
You say so.
I believe it. But Alex, if you think about your strategy, how important M&A and investments is a strategic measure for the company? Because this whole event is part of it.
It's super important. I think I've said it before. Like, I think as a founder, my brain, I spent 7 years truly go deep on understanding payroll, right? Like all I did was like payroll, HR, those are the main topics I want to truly, truly understand. And this is what I'm kind of passionate about and what I want to solve. And I wish I could do like Elon and like be across 20 different types of companies and being able to suck up all of that knowledge. I'm not there just yet. So the best way to solve that is like bringing people that spend the last 5 to 10 years thinking about a problem as much as I thought about the payroll and HR problem. And the best way to do that is for M&A, is for investing into their business, is to listening to their pitches, is to trying to contribute however we can and bring them closer to the business so that we can do more things together and solve the problem of our customers, really. So are you saying that I need to stay here for more questions, Sami? Okay. I'm happy to entertain as much as you guys want.
We wanted to offer actually the room. Yes,
oh, sure,
exactly. I think.
But to go back to your own thing, I actually it's super strategic and it's amazing. And I learned, sitting through all those 80 pitches, I learned some stuff I'm probably never going to use again. But I also learned a ton of things, and I'm like, holy shit! Like this is probably going to change that space and that realm completely. And the proximity that we can have with those companies is something that keeps us grounded. So we want to have it.
Perfect. Thank you. So maybe open to the crowd.
So do you guys want to do? The judges are still deliberating, and
I mean, it is amazing companies, so I understand why it takes so long.
Yeah. So they'll need at least another 15 to 20 minutes.
15. So okay. Sure.
If not 20, okay. They said 15. A while ago.
Happy to entertain.
What we have is 2 runners with mics. I'm going to steal yours, and if you guys don't mind sharing.
That means you're done asking questions for today.
And then, guys, put your hands up. We've got these 2 lovely ladies here who basically run up and hand you the mic, say who you are, what the question is, and who it is for.
Hey. Oh, you can hear me. This is fun. I can stand up. I'm to your left.
Yes. Can I start? You also stood up, so it's complicated.
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
All right. Hi, I'm Mark Miltner. I'm the CTO and founder of Pangai. We do AI agents for geospatial. But thank you so much for your insights, Alex. It's wonderful to see your journey. And you've shared a lot of, positive experiences and what worked for you. I'm wondering, what's the worst advice that you got?
The worst advice that I got, I won't tell you who it is, but this person's in the room. So we had our first product, the contractor product, and we're starting to lose business to other companies because we didn't have an EOR product, the employer of record product, where we employ people for others. And I really wanted to build this, but I was convinced by someone that it was a bad idea because it's very risky. There's a lot of infrastructure. It's very demanding, very cash intensive. You shouldn't be building that part of the product. But I was super convinced that we should do it. I got myself convinced that partnering with other companies was the right move. After 3 months, I went back to this person and I said, no, screw that. Like the level of care that we want to provide to our customers is just not through partners. It's just never going to work. And we decided to build that product ourselves end to end with the risk and the infrastructure. And today it generates almost $40 million a month. So that was the right move, I think. So you listen to your guts, even if everyone around you tells you it's a stupid idea. He's still here, so he didn't get fired for that.
First of all, hi, my name is Jonathan. I'm here, first of all, to meet all of you guys and to see this amazing event. Unfortunately, I registered late. But my question to you is, basically every startup has kind of a lifetime. Now, I've seen, first of all, we are also in the pre-seed raising level. And when a startup has kind of a limit time that that it ends, how can startup basically run the business when it's simply on the hardest position that he is, when it's raising money and waiting and that his time is limited, while he also need the money for raising and all the ideas that we have?
So sorry, just so I understand the question, you're saying when you're out of cash, you need to raise but need to grow, what should you do?
You need to grow and raise at the same time when you know that your time is limited.
I think you should cut your burn rate. And that's usually the right answer. It's what I was talking about earlier, which is you need to consider that the last round you raised is probably the last round that you'll ever raise as a company. So we raised our last round in October. I actually had never planned to raise another round after a round in 2022, I think, or 2023, whenever that was. So the answer is you probably put yourself in that situation, to be very transparent, right? Like, you should never get to a point where you're spending too much money and the company is about to die. You should always find a way to cut your burn much earlier, go smaller, go leaner, and try to sell as much as you can. So I can't give you advice on how to solve that specific problems, because I actually think you're most likely default dead and you're going to need an angel to come and save you if you get to that point. But what I can tell you is that 12 months earlier or 6 months earlier, if this is where you're kind of headed, you should be very aggressive and actually go and not let yourself get into that situation.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex. My name is Christian Kabashi from Saibi.ai. So I'm following Deel and yourself for quite a long time, but I have a very different question. You're working with your father together. So how is it actually working with your father in a business like you are actually having right now?
You should ask him. Look, I have a different standpoint on this, and I actually think, I think family, and I have a few family members here actually, are probably the best people to work with, because they work super hard, you pay them less, and you tell them you're paying them less, and they care just as much as you care. And I think that's a superpower. I actually think that some of the biggest businesses in the world are usually, de facto, by some way, a family business as well, right? Like, you're in France, look at LVMH, right? So I think it's a blessing. It's always funny because people come to me and say, how do you work with your dad? I could never work with my dad. To be honest, I think, we share moments and we spend so much time together that a lot of people will look back and say, I wish I had spent as much time as I'm doing in this case with my dad. And I think one thing that has been really great from him is he knows I'm the CEO. So no matter how right he might be and no matter how stubborn he might be on something, he usually lets me make my own mistakes. Which sometimes turns out to be $40 million revenue businesses. So it depends how you it depends how you kind of look at it. So I think it's a blessing. I wouldn't do it any other way. But the truth is, he's the one suffering from me more than the other. So you should ask him.
So he was the one that told you not to do it.
No comment.
Okay, I have a question. Firstly, this is for Alex. Thank you, Alex. You're a huge inspiration.
Don't want to ask questions to the bankers? JP Morgan, Citi, they're great.
Yeah, I'll ask them separately, but this, I've been following you for years on LinkedIn. You're such an inspiration. Thank you for throwing this amazing event. So many companies I pitched today and companies that I've seen like just online, they seem to have a company that one day can be replaced by Anthropic Claude. Like, how do you think about the growing capacity of AI to just replace every business on earth, even Deel?
I would love to see them try. I think on the HR side, probably. I think, Anthropic and OpenAI are amazing businesses. I'm pretty sure that before Anthropic and OpenAI, people used to tell you that Google was going to build your product, right? Or that Apple was going to build your product. So it's the same song, just different names. Now, they're much more aggressive than a lot of other businesses in terms of going horizontal. And I think the technology does allow them to be able to do that through the fact that they can build software at a much cheaper cost. But I don't think it takes away from the fact that you can build amazing businesses. I think they'll never, one thing I see is everyone comes to me and say, hey, Deel is probably going to build that. And probably we will, right, when it comes to HR and whatever. But some of the times I actually wish I was in the shoes of those entrepreneurs, because the clarity and the cleanness of being able to say, this is what we do, this is how the only thing we do, and we do it so freaking well, is such a huge advantage when you're talking to customers. And, if you are building on top of an Anthropic and an OpenAI, maybe you're not going to build $100 billion+ company, but you think you can build some amazing businesses, and that no matter how hard they try, if you go hard on an issue, you're going to win it all the way.
Okay, so I have a question here. Alex, how do you find a balance between professional and your personal life?
I think that's a great question. I think, the same way you should ask my dad, you should ask my wife. I don't think I have much balance, to be honest. But that's my choice, right? I think the life of an entrepreneur is very hard, and I think there's different moments in your life where you can be more intense or less intense. I also think it depends on your personality. I love what I do, and I'm very thankful to have a family and a wife that's very supportive of how I work and understands how my brain, I mean, over the years has understood how my brain works and how to kind of like position yourself around it. So I'd say being an entrepreneur is a very lonely journey, and you kind of need to be ready for it. And that's why it's important to be at events like this. You can meet other people and you can commiserate together on how hard it is, because no one else is going to listen. But I think I think it's very cliche, because I think everybody in the room understands that when they're going on a journey like this one, it's going to be tough. And, personal life is a bit harder than if you are an employee, right? So I think I'm the worst person to give you advice on this, transparently.
And maybe Alex, to extend this topic, but what's the culture at Deel, and how would you define it? And as a pure banker, our CEO has been very vocal on 5 days a week in the office, for example.
Yes, I
and
know.
on your side is
I've seen some of your friends at JP Morgan not working on Friday, even though they are at the office.
So yeah, it's 7 days a week, 2 days from home. But no.
Maybe in the investment banking
Yeah.
team. Look, I think Deel is a very unique culture in a space where we actually do let people, 7,000 people, 120 countries, no offices, apart from a few where we couldn't terminate the leases because the startup acquirers decided to rent them for 10 years. But apart from that, no offices anywhere, and I think it's been a blessing for us. Deel is very intense as a company because, one, we're in a market where if we mess up payroll, you're going to come to our throat, and justifyingly so, right? You trust us with your employees, with the core of your company, so we have that responsibility. So it is a very intense company in terms of how much we're building and how much we're growing at the same time, and the type of responsibility that we have. But it's also, in my opinion, one of the best places to learn, right? The ownership, the accountability that you can get, the pace at which you can move, the tools that are available to you, the support that you usually get from executive to be able to get stuff done, I think is unmatched to any other company. So if you are in a moment in your life where, I do think moments in time are important. I think most people are not built to do this for their whole career, but if you're in a moment in your life where you want to do amazing things and you want to build really fast and you want to get stuff done, Deel is an amazing place to be. And, I think this type of culture, in my opinion, is very top-down led, right? Like if you see your team, if you see your CEO, your executive being super hands-on and caring for your customers, then you're going to do the same. And this is the type of company that we are.
Great.
But you should ask my employees, not me, right?
Yeah. We'll cross
A lot of
check.
people you need
We'll
to ask
cross check.
questions to,
We'll
yeah,
cross
yeah.
check later.
Hi, I have one question. So, what were the most important qualities of your first 10 hires at Deel?
That's a really good question. Actually, most of them are still at the company, which I'm very proud of. And actually, to double down on that, even more than the first 10 hires, most of my leaders, actually a few of them now I'm parting ways with, but a lot of my core leaders from the very beginning are still here today. The guys that helped me sell to 1 million ARR are now at 1.5 billion ARR and are still some of the same people, which is really amazing to see. I think the core quality, apart from like speed, being on top of things, is really accountability. It's the people, like that's what I look for the most. It's, usually when you get to Deel and you get to me, you're gonna, in the interview process, usually you have the skills to be here. The question is more like, do you have the, for lack of better words, guts to be here as well? And I think accountability is kind of like the most important thing. And what I mean by that is like, when I work with people when I'm able to say like, I actually know they got this, not only do they have this, they're gonna do it better than me, then this is the type of people I wanna work with, right? I want the people that's like, close your eyes, don't think about it. And ideally today or tomorrow or not next week, it'll get done better than you could ever have done it. That's what you should be looking for.
Hi, my name is Rodrigo. Thank you so much for putting this event together. It's amazing. Sorry, Alex, this question is not for you. So Virginie and Ishai, as a very early stage first-time founder, and every company is pitching AI into different sectors, industries, and etc. How do you split the difference between the hype as the new company breaking HR, advertising, marketing, etc., to real strong signals? Like, what do you look for?
They don't talk to you until you raise a lot more money, usually.
Do you want to take it first?
Yeah, no, I can do it. I mean, you're right, actually, in a way. I mean, I think on the investment banking side, we typically start to work with company when they have, I would say, even for private capital raises, I would say probably somewhere to the tune of 100 million ARR plus. So we need to see that scale and stage. I think for the corporate or commercial banking, I mean, we sometimes start earlier than that, but the bar is incredibly high. So even if you were to take a mandate for an agentic AI software company, for example, that focuses on legal tech, customer support, health tech, it's really tough to get deals done. And so we need to be incredibly careful and selective on the type of mandates that we take. But look, I mean, the cadence of innovation now is unprecedented. It's something that we've never seen before. So in this market environment, just being super, super careful. And sometimes you look at a lot of proxies, right? Who are the investors around the table, who the executives are, where did they come from? I mean, so you utilize these proxies or heuristic to help you make a decision that kind of de-risks it to a large degree.
And at JP Morgan, we also have developed some teams specialized in innovation economy. And so one of the jury here was specialized in that. And so we have early stage team as well as more mature innovation economy. And so we work with them early stage already on cash management, how to manage the cash, how to optimize treasury, how to optimize the different processes, etc. We get to know the different clients that way also, building long-term relationship. We obviously, as Yeshai mentioned, the people, the reference, the executive, the people is also very important at the early stage, and to understand, what is the track record and how we can sustain long-term. But then we can go into helping them raising funds, which is something difficult, as you said. And then, going to sell and going or buy or IPO or whatever could be needed for a very larger scale.
Just so my 2 cents for you is most of those large banks, everybody is working with them and they're really amazing. But the situation you want to be in, and correct me if I'm wrong, the situation you want to be in is the same thing with venture capital, is your business, your focus on your business is so strong, your traction is so strong, your direction is so strong, that they need to be the one knocking on your door and not the opposite, right? And this is when you get them excited, and this is eventually when you start building a relationship.
Thank you so much.
Yes, hi, Wajih Hakari. Thank you for organizing this event. I'm sorry, the question is for you.
Oh, please.
As sovereign technologies like quantum computing and cybersecurity, etc., become critical for Europe, how do you see global talent and organizational models evolving for founders in these fields? And where do you think platforms like Deel can play a strategic role in that shift?
Thank you so much for the question. I wish I was very strong in quantum computing and cyber. Sadly, I'm not. But what I know for sure is those are fields where talent is really scarce. And when talents are scarce, this is where we thrive, right? When you have the ability to stop competing with the San Francisco only AI talent and be able to hire people regardless of location, but based on their actual talent. And when the world becomes your playground, then you're able to compete, right? Like one of the things I love, the stories I love is when I see smaller companies that can't afford the $100 million MLAI engineer and being able to hire an amazing hire from ETH, right? Zurich, or from, Egypt, or from and US and Singapore. And this is where I think we're going to play a big part into democratizing access to the right talents. And this is what excites me the most, right? Is just rebalancing a little bit of the balance of power of who can afford the people to build new technologies and giving it back to the hand of the smaller companies so they have a very strong shot at it. Are we good? All right.
Yeah.
Let's do 2 and Sami, then they don't have a choice. They need to finish up on the jury side.
Otherwise, it's going to be cheese jokes, guys. So, questions, please.
Let's do 2 last ones, and then I'll go get them myself.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Daria. I'm from Evolve. My co-founder Stan presented today, which I'm very proud of. Thanks for the event, of course. And the question is to the 3 of you. Where do you see your companies in 10 years?
I'm going to let them answer first. That's going to be fun.
First, ladies first. Well, JP Morgan is obviously a huge bank. very tech-oriented. We're around 800 billion market cap. We're investing 17 billion every year in technology. And the wish of JP Morgan is obviously to be a global bank, very innovative, very tech-oriented, but also under strict regulation in order to be well-equipped to partner with our clients. So I think we have a phenomenal leader, Jamie Dimon, who has been at the bank for 22 years, and he's already brought this company as an amazing bank. There will be, he's continuing here, and we'll see what happens. He's 70 years old, I believe. But the company, there's no reason why it doesn't continue to be that strong, innovative tech, and continue to grow massively into new markets.
And sorry, thank you. And maybe just to augment it very quickly. I mean, it's very similar in a way. We're spending about 12 billion a year on IT, out of which we spend somewhere to the tune of 3 to 4 billion on software. I mean, if you ask me to kind of look 10 years into the horizon, I'll probably say we're going to be much more efficient, meaning that less people and potentially even significantly less people. So today, just to give you a sense, we employ more than 200,000 employees. But I think you can actually do more with less. And then secondly, I think the whole notion of buy versus build in large enterprises is going to move more into the spotlights, because you now have an opportunity of almost like looking at the workflow from a first principle perspective and think about what you can automate, how you can potentially replace, augment, drive cost efficiencies, revenue efficiencies. So I think the whole notion of FDEs is something that we see much more embedded now in workflows. But
thank you. And for us, we're very much stepping up for becoming the global infrastructure of work, right? We're building a lot of the foundations that needs to be there, whether it's payroll engines around the world, payment licenses, and the full stack, so that you're going to be able to grow with us. So, I'm fully bullish, and I think generally this new disruption with this new technology and AI is going to be a huge game changer for us. And our cap and north is how can we help the most people? Today there's 1.5 million people getting paid on Deel. I would like to take this to 100 million, but let's say first, 10 million should be our next goal, and hopefully we'll get there very soon. All right, last question, and then we can go, I think.
So the last question will be from me. I'm just in the middle.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Ilya. I'm investment director in a family office. We invest in early stage startups. And the question...
How many checks are you writing today?
100 to 200K.
No, I mean today.
Today. Yeah, probably we will write some checks afterwards. And
you heard him, huh? He's here in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in the middle. And so the question regarding whether Anthropic or Claude, or OpenAI will repeat everything startups do is very vital for us, because we should make a decision whether to invest or not. And what I'm interested in is, how do you make decision regarding innovation versus acquisition regarding the deal? So what's your strategy?
My de facto here, which is maybe not the best, but it's my mental framework, comes down to one, how big do I think the market is? But more importantly, and maybe people would maybe disagree with me, is how excited am I myself to work on the problem? I'm the chief product officer of the company by design, right? So if I know that when I'm excited about a problem, I'm going to go very deep and build the best thing in the world. I know that when I'm not, I'm just not going to be able to build the best product in the world for my customers. So what I usually look for is people that have the same drive and the same passion that I would have for the specific market that they're going after. And I think that's how you drive innovation, right? You're talking about Anthropic and OpenAI. If they don't have people that care very, very, very deeply about the problem they're solving, and they're just hiring some PMs that doing it because they're being told to go after this market, they're going to fail in the category, right? I think it all comes down to the passion that you have for the product you're building, and that's what I'm looking for in M&A, and that's what I'm looking for in investments in general as well. And if I have the passion to build it, I'm going to build it. If I don't, I'll find the next best person to do it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so
have a mic.
I don't need a mic. We have good news. The deliberation is finished. The judges are on their way up here, so please stay seated, don't go too far. And also, after we announce the winners, we have a surprise for you downstairs. Now, there are 2 staircases that go downstairs. One just behind the bar, you land yourself in the toilets. That's not where you want to go. So you have to go as if you were leaving that way, and then there's a windy staircase. So after the winners are announced, please meet us there. We have a surprise for you. But for now, stay seated, and I will invite Alice, Philippe, and maybe a few more to announce the winners shortly. Stay tuned. I caught the sound team by surprise. So we have the judges. Can we have them all sit up here up front, please? We are about to announce the winners. We are just miking up Philippe. And yeah, this is going to be big. Judges, if I could have you join us again in the front row, please. Thank you. No cheese jokes. I did have one more. Do you guys really want it? Okay. What kind of cheese would you use to hide a horse? Mascarpone. Thank you. Come on. I'm embarrassing myself on stage for you guys. You could at least clap. Okay, the miking is almost done. I'll get off the stage now, and Philippe will be here for a second. Do we have Alice nearby? Do we have all the judges in the front row, please? Alice, where is Alice? Hurry up. She's shouting from upstairs. I see her. She's coming. Okay. All right, Philippe.
All right. Sorry, guys. It has been very long and very difficult process to choose the winner for this year.
What do you want?
It was really not easy. So we're going to have 5 winners. Only, if we can say only, but 5 winners. And there will be a few more mentions for some startup that I think that we really loved. It was a very difficult choice. We have difficult judges, I don't know, what do you think about this company you invested in? I don't remember. We did that? This can happen. So I'm going to call Alice, that has been managing this project from A to Z. Good. And then I'm going to call Virginie from JP Morgan. Okay. Okay, so I need to have the list.
Tu n'as pas la liste?
I don't have the list. I think I remember. Yeah. I remember. I think no, but I need the list because I need Virginie to read it with me. So David, can you send me the list? Not for me because I know them. Only 5.
Should I take my phone to get the list?
No, wait. So, yeah. I'm gonna save for this one. Okay. What was very interesting is that they on the healthcare side, so interesting. We finally not going to have a winner in this section, but it's really great to see how AI can help in this domain. And we see the evolution of all these projects on we saw radiology and cardiology and respiratory, and it was really very, very interesting. So the number 5, I'll pick. We are the champions, my friend, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. Pierre-Louis, enchanté. Bravo, félicitations. A word?
Well, thank you very much. It was an amazing competition, great startups. Thank you to the judges, and thank you to to Alex, who also supported us since the beginning of Alpic, and thank you, Philippe. Super happy, super pumped. Thank you, guys.
Bravo. Okay. You can stay on.
I'm going to take a selfie. Philippe.
Oui. But what about Virginie?
I'm there. I'm there. I'm in the box.
So, and the number 4. Who's the number 4, Virginie?
Accelerate 8.
Accelerate. Someone said that you're so impressive. Congratulations.
Ah bah oui, je ne sais pas. Merci beaucoup, Paris. Merci.
You need to make a photo with this check. Come on.
We are going to do a group picture with everyone, but we can do one by one as
Yeah.
well. So if you guys want to do one by one,
Go
feel
next
free.
to your colleague. Winners. Keep the check with you guys. We give only one, huh? This is not a winner, but this is a very special mention for one of the startups that got the heart of Alex, the CEO of Deel. Muniz. Sleeping. It's no winning, but it's winning by a person for the family office. So
Yeah, I agree if you want to say a few words.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I came all the way from Korea, and it's great that we have this opportunity to talk to many founders and investors, that we're building something in the other side of the world, but we are doing really passionately. Thank you that Deel made this amazing stage for us. Thank you.
So thank you for coming. Thank you. Good luck. So the third, wow, we are getting in the third one. Alice will tell us.
Yeah.
And why?
NYBL.
Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations. So just one thing, when the investor, they all noted, you said IPO 10 to 15 billion.
Yes, maybe even more. Right, you said it. Dream big, right?
Yeah.
Want to thank first to all my team at Nibble who's watching. We wouldn't be here today without an incredible team. Thank you to Deel and everybody here and all the amazing startups that we met and made friends and created partnerships. So thank you guys, and this is so exciting, and congratulations.
Yeah. Now we're getting to the top 2. And to know who is going to be the first, the second, it was pretty complex. Took us time, to say who is going first, who is going to be second. These two companies have insane characteristics and numbers. Sometimes you look at it and you say, wow, is it real? What they're doing? And what it is. So number 2, but not the least.
Smart bricks.
Congratulations.
We only had our semi-final on Thursday. This has been one of the craziest 42 or 72 hours of my life. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the judges. This is great. Thank you.
So now is number 1. The big winner, if we can say that, the FIFA. all good. But as you know, the prize is to have one of our VC partner, Deel family office, that one top tier that will invest in you, and you will see this term sheet, and the quality of our sponsors network is going to help even more. So that's very important one. And it's a funny story here, These guys almost didn't make it. And finally it did happen. And I got the chance to meet them before. And I appreciate this company because it's an example of resilience, of the people, of the founder, of all what they did with completely crazy numbers, almost like Deel. And the company is Zeely.
We are the champions, my friend.
You see, Zeely, they all come from Ukraine, but from like 10 or 15 different countries in Europe. The war is there, pushing a lot of people still in Ukraine, right?
Yeah. We have around 50% of our team in Ukraine right now, building the product with us, growing very fast. And I want to say a huge thank you to Philip, to Alex, to Deel. I think it's a huge motivation for us and a very, very big and important example for our company. And you have a great culture, great business, great product, great execution, and the rhythm, the dynamics you have, having already this huge valuation is amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for believing in us.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations.
We are the champions, my friend. And we'll keep on fighting till the
Okay, so can I ask the judges and all the winners to come up for pictures, and everyone else follow the dancers? Yes, you heard right, the dancers.
And see you all next year for the pitch.
Merci, Philippe.
Un plaisir.
And take your things with you, if possible.
La femme de Grégory.
Take your stuff with you. Don't leave it in the room, if possible. Thank you.
Small world.
On fait mieux et plus loin l'année prochaine. Voilà. C'est bon. Thank you. I'm so happy you came. Ouais.
Thank you.